Oh, yeah, yeah. Give a chaser to my crown roll, yeah. Body like a cold bottle. And with every drink, I can help but think how smooth you go down, yeah, yeah. Baby girl, love your flavor. You're the rock star after that Jaeger. Southern cover when I need to be held. So in love with you, girl. Cause I'm so drunk off your love, girl, I'm buzzing. And I can't get enough of your loving. Sipping you down, girl, I love it, yeah, 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 yeah. The reason I'm an alcoholic. Oh, oh, oh. The reason I'm an alcoholic. It's your fault. Yeah, yeah. The juice that makes my knees weak. My Grey Goose, baby, you complete the mixed drink. My Patron, I'm taking shots of you. So into you, you're my Malibu. My passion for you's like my Alizé. Baby, it turns blue when you go away. So in love with you, girl, so thirsty, hey, hey, hey. Cause I'm so drunk off your love, girl, I'm buzzing. And I can't get enough of your loving. Sipping you down, girl, I love it, yeah, yeah, yeah. The reason I'm an alcoholic. Oh, oh, oh. The reason I'm an alcoholic. Yeah, yeah. Your love is the only love I'm tasting. Cause baby girl, you're so intoxicating. So I'ma keep sipping on your love. Girl, I've never been so drunk. Drunk off your love, girl, I'm buzzing. And I can't get enough of your loving. Sipping you down, girl, I love it, yeah, yeah, yeah. The reason I'm an alcoholic. Oh, oh, oh. The reason I'm an alcoholic. Oh, the reason I'm an alcoholic.
The Link, here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Sinja uli die sombranza mak et zu ita saluda antes di hum niga Razzaus and malak estrezas durante in todo il memu a nogi distancia como kupugi palu Zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo y tiempo y paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
mastakilu hina soku kinini mastakalu coração ten imas figu nani nasinyaku oferecing my satu para protehi ten defendi hinengi cultura lenguaje airi hano zanitano tamoru yes 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 zanitano tamoru yes 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 ire shaku la 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 did it to get into stop that 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 ihilo zani biblia ibandera ngohon yes 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 ibandera ngohon yeah. Mastakilu hina soku kinini mastakalu coração ten imas figu nani nasinyaku oferecing my satu para protehi ten defendi hinengi cultura lenguaje tamoru yes 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 zanitano tamoru yes 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 ni ire shaku la 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 did it to get into stop that 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 it's the who what been my ihilo Tani Biblia, Ibandera, Mohan, yes, 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 Ibandera,
Beautiful.
yes, 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 Ibandera, Mohan, yeah.
Good morning, Guam!
15 seconds only.
Dude, you started counting late. I was counting early. You know what's crazy, guys?
You
is
don't count during the song.
I had a dream last night that it came to time to do the Good Morning Guam, and I only could do it for like 4 seconds. It was like a nightmare, and I kept, you guys were like, no, do it again. And I was like, Good Morning Guam. And it was like that, and it was weird. You're getting in my head, Jay. Good morning.
We've got a lot of comments already. People are very, very excited because today is Super Tuesday. Wait, what is your favorite like superhero like theme? There's the old school Spider-Man theme. Remember that? Spider-Man does whatever a spider can. He can swing from what?
Yeah, here comes the Spider-Man.
Okay, do you remember the old school, the real life 70s, the 1970s Spider-Man? I don't know how Spider-Man got his fro inside his mask.
Are we really starting the show like this?
No.
I do.
I was trying to tell you guys about my dream.
Oh, okay.
Well, it is Super Tuesday, Bree. Good morning.
Good morning.
Election day. All day.
And what that really
yeah.
means is it's going to be an extremely long day.
Yeah, so
And morning.
We're doing just a ton of coverage for you guys on this Election Day, Super Tuesday. Yeah, it's going to be crazy, basically. Go out and vote, guys, if you haven't already. A lot of people voted early, like 12,000 some, but the GEC, they kind of trained for this, all the protocols. We'll get Maria Pangilinan to open the polls with us this morning at just about 7 a.m. It's Tuesday again, the third day of November. Today's the day. You guys go out and vote and decide who's going to be in your next legislature.
Who's going to be in Congress representing Guam?
Who's going to be the mayor ruling your village? Who's going to be your new village ruler?
Who's going to be on the Guam Education Board?
Who's going to be the next public auditor? Oh, wait, it's going to be BJ again because no one ran against him.
Who's going to be on the Consolidated Commission on Utilities?
Which judge is going to keep their job?
Dun, dun, dun.
Dun-dun-dun-dun!
I'm most interested to see the education board and how that turns out because, of course, as Maria was saying yesterday, 10 candidates are on your ballot. You can actually see it right now, gec.guam.gov, if you want to, give yourself a little primer and maybe make the voting process a little bit more expedient, efficient, fluid, and just take a look at the candidates. But 10 of them, each one of those candidates for the education board, if you watched our show when we profiled them, each one of them is an accomplished educator. They've done a lot of things administratively, they've been faculty, they've done research and everything. So that one's, each one of them would make a great board member, but 10 candidates on the board, 6 advance.
There you go.
That's an interesting one.
Going to be a lot of losers in that race. But you know what, Jay? There's going to be more losers in the senatorial race.
You want to pull up what's on the ballot for the senatorial race?
Let's
you guys
go.
got that?
I do.
There are 29 candidates in all, 15 senators sitting right now. Only 12 are seeking re-election because, of course, Will Castro
Right. Running for
Congress. Regine Bisco Lee not coming back, and Luis Muñoz likewise will not be seeking re-election.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if there's 29 candidates, that means there are going to be 14 losers tonight.
There are
Hi,
15
Dave.
Democrats and 14 Republicans.
Right, and we'll run down the ballot real quick, guys. Congressional race, of course, the lone Republican, Will Castro. And then we've got a couple Democrats here. Former Congressman Dr. Robert Underwood and the incumbent, Congressman Michael Nicholas. Moving on to the senatorial, Bree.
Yeah, I'm just trying to pull up the graphics here.
Senatorial side. Was this in order of the ballot?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, no, it's alphabetical.
It was supposed to be alphabetical, but the way our graphics were made, it was alphabetical between Republicans and Democrats. So, which one do you have on, Joe? Democrats first. All right. So, on the ballot, we've got incumbent Clint Rigel, Joe San Augustine, another incumbent, Amanda Shelton, Jose Pito Terlahi, Therese Terlahi, John Ananich, he's a newcomer, he's a former police officer, Fred Berdalio, the former chief of police, Chris Carrillo, who is a staffer for Senator Pito Terlahi. We have Dave Duenas, I know he has ran a couple of times, former U.S. Marshal, former Chief Marshal over at the Judiciary of Guam. He also worked for Congressman Madeline Berdalio, Frank Leon Guerrero. We have incumbent Kelly Marsh Titano, Franklin Meno, Speaker Tina Rose Muñoz Barnes, Vice Speaker Talina Nelson, and we have Senator Sabina Perez. Over on the Republican side, of course, we have incumbent Jim Moylan, Sandra Sayal, who is new to politics, incumbent and Minority Leader Telo Taitagui. We also have Republican Party Chair, former Senator Tony Atta, Michelle Armenta, former Senator Frank Bluss Jr., Vince Borja, former Senator Joanne Brown. She's also the former Port Authority General Manager, former Guam EPA Administrator, former Chief of Police Joseph Cruz, former Senator Chris Duenas, newcomer Don Esquilani, another newcomer Dominic Hernandez, and Ken Leon Guerrero. That is on the Republican side of the ballot. And of course, for Congress, we have the lone Republican Will Castro going up against two Democrat challengers, incumbent Michaelson Nicholas, and of course, former Congressman Dr. Robert Underwood.
Yeah. Jay?
Okay, now we've been all, effusive so far. Yay, election. Of course, everybody, we do want to encourage you to get out and vote. The contrarian point of view, right, is some people are saying, I saw this like a bunch on Twitter, some people are even saying, is the fact that we're actually still having an election like a little bit concerning? And I was thinking about this last night. I wonder what our friend Dr. Ann Pobutsky, the territorial epidemiologist, is thinking about projections that they might be making. Because, when you think about it in the grand scheme of things, they canceled the Olympics, which was like the global event that nobody wanted to see happen, but it's, massive financial implications for the government of Japan, right? The church came out a couple weeks ago and basically said, okay, we're not doing All Souls Day, full stop. And they just came out. So, just something to think about. How put it in the comments and everything. How safe do you guys feel when you're going to the poll, or if you already did vote, what was your voting experience? Because we want to share what you guys feel about that too. So,
My voting experience was quite an experience, actually. Went over to the Guam Election Commission, voted early. It is a little weird for me to wake up because I never vote early. I'm always like the day of. But it is kind of strange because I'm so used to going out and seeing all the crazy people. It's like, and they're still going to be out there. And Maria Pangilinan put out the plea yesterday: stand down, guys, stand down.
Yeah.
There was a voter who voted. I think they had a satellite voting at Ukadu, and they're saying the supporters are just like getting in their face in the median. So it's going to be interesting to see how much of that's going to be enforced. Right.
Electioneering policy basically says you're very limited in what you can do with that kind of thing anyway.
Right, 100 feet
yeah.
from the polls.
And again, if you're inside the polling station, that is not considered to be a social media friendly place. Don't try and take like a bunch of selfies and everything like that. You guys got clearance when we were able to shoot in there, but you have to go through hoops for that. But yeah.
So yeah, it's a little late to wonder if it's safe or not. Here we are. Guys, get out and vote. The more votes, the merrier.
And so you said we've got just short of 12,000 votes already cast. In the last election, it was, I think the voter turnout was a little bit down, but we had like somewhere around 40,000. So it's going to be interesting to now see with that as the baseline how close we come to that one in about 24 hours.
This is going to be one of those like asterisk elections, I think, where if we don't get the low voter turnout, you're going to end up having people win a seat in the legislature with a ridiculously low amount of votes. Which, means you guys got to get out and vote. At 6:28, this is the link on the Breeze 93.9. Checking in with our Facebook Live feed this morning. Frank and Nettie Dog Solace writes, Buenas, Sabrina Jason, Sabrina, then Chris, Bananas y Jules. Ana Mesa writes, what time is the polling place going to open?
7 a.m.
7 a.m. And we'll be with Maria Pangilinan of the Guam Election Commission. I'll actually open the polls this morning at 7. Bev Test, Jay Solis. Good morning, familia KUAMs and Toto Guahan, Bota, Guam and Rota. Peter Lozano, put God first in your hearts when voting for new candidates and incumbents. Frank Nettie Dog Solis, Bota, caps lock. Debbie Davis, only Jason Solis would nerd out on superhero music. True that.
Yeah.
What else you got?
Says the guy who was basically foaming at the mouth to watch the Mandalorian. Well, the Mandalorian's not superhero, so.
Emma Fernando Olalia writes, good morning, be safe. Joe Castro, good morning to all. Patricia and Atala, good morning, Guam. Exercise your rights. That's right. This might be the most exercise a lot of our people are going to get this year. Exercising their right to go vote.
But remember what Maria Pangilinan was saying yesterday when she came on the show? She said that, when they did their test run on Sunday afternoon over at the UOG Fieldhouse, she said that she even admitted, and she goes, I did not do as good a job as I should have in making sure that everybody was social distancing. So help out the precinct officials, guys. If you go to the polls, if you are going out and everything like that, the GC is going to do their very best to make sure that you're following all the rules, but please also be cognizant yourself of how far you are away from your fellow residents. Make sure you're wearing your mask. You got it up. Bring gloves if you can. You got to bring a pen, but help them out too. Self-police. Try and stay away from everybody.
And also, if you have any reports of voter fraud, the Assistant U.S. Attorney Marvik David is serving as the District Election Officer for Guam, as well as Assistant Attorney Eric O'Malley for the District of the Northern Mariana Islands. And so if you want to report something, you can contact Attorney David. The number is 479-4120, 479-4120, or you can call 988-3260, 988-3260. As for voter fraud in the CNMI, Attorney O'Malley can be contacted at 236-2986. That's 236-2986. There's also the FBI. If you want to call the FBI, 645-1805, 645-1805 for Guam. As for CNMI, it is 322-6934. 322-6934. That's where you can report voter fraud.
Now, what exactly constitutes voter fraud, though? Because we're dealing with possible electioneering, people doing I'm not indicting anybody, but possibly
maybe if you're not registered to vote and you go vote, that might be voter fraud.
Okay,
voting twice might be voter fraud.
So if people say they're not wearing masks, they don't have gloves or anything like that, they probably shouldn't run to the AG and say, like, I saw somebody doing that. You can report that to the GEC if it's a social distancing thing, or they're just saying, in my village I saw this.
Well, I already got a call from one of my cop
GEC.
friends this morning, Bree, that they're checking out. One of the mayor candidates has set up a tent at near one of the polling sites, and it appears more than 5 people. So they're going to check that out. So again, the executive order that's in place. You can't gather more than 5 people.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's been a struggle here. I drove by another wave yesterday where there's a ton of people. And I think
Were they socially distanced?
Well, what they're doing, Bree, is they're making okay, this car has 5 people.
Right.
And then right here is another car with 6 people, 7 people. Then there's another one. So they're just gaming the system.
And you know what, guys? Set the example, because I know people tend to, the first thing they say, or the first excuse, let's call it, right? When you see people gather and they're like, oh no, we're in the same house. I mean, set the example. Try and stay away, because if you do it, other people are going to do it. That too will encourage people to do the right thing.
Well,
if we say, oh, we're coworkers, we stay in the same house, that's why we're shoulder to shoulder. I mean, for parents and kids, yeah, but if you're in a group, just try and stay apart.
And virus-wise, I was kind of worried about this because I saw it's such a low, first of all, such a low number of tests were run yesterday. 101 tests. They came back with just 3.
Right, that was actually just for public health lab, and that was from Sunday. And the results we had that we were given Sunday night, that was for all the other labs. So
Right.
it was just public health.
It's like catch-up. It's a catch-up run.
Right.
Yeah.
And Dr. Felix Cabrera said, don't be mistaken to see on Mondays when the number is really, really low, and then Tuesday it goes super, and don't freak out about that either, because that's kind of the natural ebb and
It's
flow of
always
these
that,
things.
that Monday coming from the weekend where the numbers are kind of, seem kind of off.
Right.
but-
Yeah. So that's what it is, because we saw this, come out, and I'm wondering if people are thinking today, oh man, it's only 3 positives. Party time. Don't think that, guys. Be safe. Do all your distancing. Wear your mask. Wash your hands. And check out the show today. So we put together, I think, a pretty cool show for you guys. We're going to catch up with outgoing Mayor Rudy Matanani of Jigo. As you guys know, he's not running for re-election. One of the few mayors who is not running for re-election. So I called him yesterday. I said, Mayor, why don't you come on and tell us what you think makes a good mayor? What do you think people should be thinking about when they go to the polls today to vote for their mayors and their vice mayors? And of course, Mayor Rudy never wanted to shy away from speaking his mind. So he'll be on, and then we'll flick the switch and open the polls here for Super Tuesday with Maria Pangilinan and the Guam Election Commission. We've also got former Governor Eddie Calvo coming on the show at 8 o'clock. Rang him and said, hey, why don't you come on and do a push for people to go out and vote? We also put out the ask. to Adelup and to the Democratic Party of Guam to get someone to go on with, because we're bringing on Governor Eddie, Republican, then obviously we want someone Democrat. You put him on. Fair is fair.
Fair is fair.
And so it was a huge scramble. And I thought they would just really be wanting to kind of seize that opportunity, because if you look at the Democratic Party of Guam, it's like they kind of like fixated on Governor Eddie. They name drop him a lot in the releases. So when we put out the ask, I thought for sure they'd be like, oh, yeah, I'll go. But there was some scrambling behind the scenes. And who we got this morning is he's the former Assistant Secretary of the Department of Interior, Tony Babauta, coming on at 8 o'clock here via the KUAM News Zoom room. We also put out the invite, our Standing Tuesday with Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio. We miss him. It's been a couple, has it been 2 Tuesdays or 3?
2.
2 Tuesdays. Haven't been able to get the LT on. Of course, there's always a lot of Zoom stuff going on. But we did send him the invite, and, always look forward to having him on the show. 8:45, we're going to go abroad. You guys got your passport? Get your passport, because we're going off island. Where are we going, Bree?
We're going all over the place. We're going to be reaching out again and touching bases with the Chamorro Association of the Midwest. Talk
Right on.
about voting in the mainland.
We're going to Sacramento, California.
The capital.
And we're also going to New York City. And we're going to the Midwest there. And then the UOG political science students, they came out with a poll here that they did. It was a poll that they did over a bunch of different events that they had. And so we'll be talking with Kayleen from the UOG political science group over there at the University of Guam and talk about this poll and how, remember we had them on and they did a whole forum for the congressional. So looking forward to that. Again, it's 6:36. This is the link on the breeze. We're KUAM FM Agotni Guam. Yes, Jason?
Okay, so there is Guam public law that states that even under normal conditions, you have 2 hours to vote on election day, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how that goes today, because people are going to be way more cautious. People might take their time a little bit more because they want it, again, social distancing and, doing that thing. But if voter turnout is low, does that mean things are going to go by a little bit quicker when you're at the poll?
Here's a question.
But everybody does has 2 hours.
Right, but what if, because of the protocols and having to social distance and line up, what if 2 hours isn't enough to go vote?
That's exactly what I mean.
Yeah.
And then you got to call your boss and you're like, well, I'm almost there. There's 3 people ahead of me, and the boss is like, well, you got to get back because, we got customers.
Maybe the boss will be like, wait, how are you voting? Yeah, you better come back here.
Right. And then if you do have problems, that's where you can call the U.S. Attorney's Office and file your complaint.
Take it to the feds.
But that thing about 2 hours, if anybody has questions about that, they call the local Attorney General's office, right? Because that's a local law, right?
It is, but it's also a violation of your right to vote.
Okay.
Can most people get voting done in 2 hours?
Yeah, in a regular time, you
Yeah.
have time to go vote and then go eat lunch.
Oh, there you go.
Now, I don't know. We'll see. Keep us posted, guys. 6:38.
And I think we're going to check in with Adriana Cotero. She's going to be visiting one of the polling sites this morning, and so we'll Zoom with her to tell us how things are going.
All right, 6:38. Again, the show proudly sponsored by Dial Rent to Own, Carrier, IT&E, Cabo Enterprises, and the Thrive Coalition at 6:39. Let's go ahead and get into the news now with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Matanani.
Off a day, as you just heard, it is Super Tuesday here on Guam, and the polls open bright and early at 7 o'clock this morning and close at 8 o'clock tonight. According to Guam Election Commission Executive Director Maria Pangilinan, there are almost 56,000 people registered to vote in the general election. Last night, the GEC spent time servicing voters in the Government of Guam quarantine and isolation facilities. Now, since opening 45 days ago, 22% of voters have made their way to the GEC office and satellite office. That is roughly 12,227 voters. For those making their way to the polls today, bring a blue or black pen, photo ID, wear a mask, and practice social distancing. And then make sure to join KUAM as we kick off our coverage of Decision 2020 at 10 p.m. Meanwhile, Election Day in the mainland is tomorrow, and the candidates are doing what they can today to make their final pitches to voters. Skylar Henry reports.
Ohio, one more day.
Joe Biden and President Trump plan to spend their last day of campaigning rallying supporters in battleground states. The president is kicking off his final day in North Carolina, where he's predicting a red wave of support at the polls tomorrow.
Just take a little time and vote. Vote. We got to win this state. I think we win this state. We win Pennsylvania. We're going to win Florida.
The president is holding 5 rallies today in 4 battleground states, while Biden will hold 3 rallies in Ohio and Pennsylvania.
My message is simple. The power to change the country is in your hands.
Biden is sticking to his message that he's the best candidate to lead the country during the coronavirus pandemic.
Last night, Trump said he was going to fire Dr. Fauci. Isn't that wonderful? I got a better idea. Elect me and I'm going to hire Dr. Fauci.
President Trump continues to downplay the pandemic as scientists say it will get worse with colder weather.
We got hit by the plague from China, and we will never forget it. With God as my witness, I will never let you down.
More than 94 million Americans have already voted, and both campaigns are already fighting in the courts over mail-in ballots, which could sway the election outcome. The president says his lawyers will swoop in as soon as the polls close tomorrow.
I've seen people where an election got stolen. And by the way, we're not going to let that happen to us, with these ballots.
Presidents don't determine who gets to vote. Voters determine who's going to be the president.
Biden is promising to have plenty of lawyers on hand to make sure all of the votes are counted. Skylar Henry, CBS News, the White House.
Back to news here at home. The latest with COVID, according to the Joint Information Center, out of 101 samples ran through Public Health's lab only from Sunday, 3 returned positive for COVID. Guam's current case count is 4,693 since March, with 79 deaths, 1,948 active cases, and 2,666 recoveries. There are a total of 102 people in the hospital. 86 COVID patients are hospitalized at the Guam Memorial Hospital. 14 are receiving ICU level of care there, and 4 are on a ventilator. 12 are at the Guam Regional Medical City, 3 are in ICU there, and 3 on a ventilator. And at Naval Hospital, there are 4 COVID patients, with 2 in ICU and 1 on a ventilator. With more news, here is Tyler Matsinani.
Hafa-day, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matsinani with your headlines here on The Link. A virtual public hearing was held on the proposed fines for violating social distancing rules and regulations. Public health spokesperson Janella Carrera says about 20 people attended Saturday, and several witnesses brought up a variety of concerns.
We had some members that raised concerns about the fines, and especially now that we have the high unemployment rate and the affordability of it. We also had some concerns about the applicability of it, who would be enforcing it. We had concerns from people who were also just, wanting to talk about the pandemic as a whole.
The proposed fines start at $100 up to $1,000 for individuals and from $1,000 up to $10,000 for businesses. Another virtual public hearing on the enforcement rules is scheduled for Wednesday afternoon. There's a limit of 100 participants.
After the public hearing, we will post it on our Facebook page and YouTube account. We also set up an email address for those who want to submit written testimony as well. That's publichealth@dphss.guam.gov, and we're accepting written testimony until November 4th at 4 p.m.
They will compile all the testimony for consideration as they finalize the draft rules, which will then be presented to the governor for concurrence. The approved rules and regulations will then be publicized for implementation by Public Health. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Another $14.3 million in unemployment checks should be hitting the banks this week. But with only 2 months left before funding under the Federal CARES Act expires, Guam has used up only about half of the $924 million allocated for the PUA program. That means there will likely be several hundred millions left on the table for Guam that won't be spent unless Washington decides otherwise. Labor Director Dave De La Sola.
It's going to wait until after the election. And if they extend it, that's how it gets extended. I won't be able, or Guam won't be able to get it extended, and the state's not. It'll happen to everyone or no one. The easiest thing is just continue on with the FPUC and retro it back. And then everybody will get another fat check, and will continue to the end of December. And then it's up to them to decide if they want to continue it after December.
De La Sola says it's all up to Congress and, of course, the White House. A 24-year-old man was taken to the Naval Hospital Guam after coming in contact with a power line. According to Guam Fire Department spokesperson Kevin Riley, at around 10:30 a.m., units responded to Ibanez in toto of a man unresponsive and unconscious. Witnesses state the male was trimming a lemai tree when he came into contact with a high-voltage power line and fell approximately 40 to 50 feet. CPR was conducted at scene and en route. That's the news for now. We'll see you tonight at 6 on Primetime.
And finally, this Thursday, Anderson Air Force Base is scheduled to participate in exercise Sling Stone 21, which is an annual anti-terrorism force protection exercise involving multiple training scenarios that intend to prepare service members to respond to emergency situations. ESS 21 is not in response to any specific threat, but is a regularly scheduled exercise. Increased noise and activity to include sound effects, messages from the giant voice system sirens, and noises from emergency vehicles may be heard. You may also see smoke in the area. Additionally, there may be increased traffic around the base or delays in base access. That is your news, but stay tuned to the link for more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Day. I'm Mary Camacho Torres. It's been my honor to serve as your senator. Together, we've expanded voter access, fought for fair chance employment, and helped protect Guam's most vulnerable. But I'm not done yet. In the midst of this pandemic, Guam needs policies that rebuild our families, remove barriers to opportunity, and restore dignity for our people. This election, I humbly ask for your vote so I can do just that and continue to be your voice. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Hafaday. Coming from humble beginnings, I can relate to the struggles that many in our community are facing. I'm running for senator because just as you, I believe our government has failed in its priorities. I have served our island and nation in the armed forces, educated young minds at the University of Guam, and I'm a small business owner. My name is Vince Borja and I'm running for senator. And I humbly ask you for just one of your votes. With your help, we can bring humble leadership back to the Guam legislature. Thank you and God bless you.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Thank you for the opportunity to present myself as a candidate for Congress. To Mr. San Nicolas and Mr. Underwood, thank you both for your service and a spirited campaign. For those of you who have yet to go to the polls and you're not afraid of change, let's write the next chapter of the Guam story, one of recovery and long-term prosperity. I humbly ask for your vote. Win or lose, I'm here for you. I'm Will Castro. I approve this message.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dededo, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dededo. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
I'm John Adanich, and I approve this message. Kobans in villages and facilities like this one need to be fixed, manned by police officers so they can respond quickly to any incident. I will fight for more police officers in our communities, more training and safety equipment. Guam is my home, its people, my family, and my family is in trouble. Give me an opportunity to serve you, and I will serve you well and protect you and your family as a lawmaker.
We won't stop dreaming.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
Today is election day. You have the power to make a decision about what kind of representation you want in Washington, D.C. There are more than just names on the ballot. Some say that youth or experience is on the ballot, that party labels are on the ballot. For some, these might be the most important elements. But there's more. There's honesty and integrity and trust on the ballot. Each candidate should be measured against these words. Integrity and trust are not optional. They are required. There is experience and understanding of how Congress works on the ballot. Who among the candidates has had real successful experience in Washington, D.C.? Put aside the party labels and put up front the interests of the people of Guam. We only have one voice in Washington. It must be trustworthy. I will always lift you up. I will not let you down. I humbly ask for your vote to return to Congress again. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. This is Robert Underwood, and I approve this ad.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
When the health and welfare of our island depends on your representatives in the Guam legislature to make decisions based on facts and public input, you need truth to demand government accountability. You need leadership to advocate for your voice in government. You need justice to protect and defend your rights and precious resources. Senator Therese Terlahi's record is clear. She will continue to fight for your voice to be heard through truth, leadership, and justice. Number 10 on the Democrat side of the ballot.
I am Therese Terlahi, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Therese Terlahi for Guam. Miriam C. Terlahi, Treasurer.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11. Stick around because we're next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, good morning. Good morning, Guam. There we go. Tuesday. Viva Montes. Not just any Tuesday. Get out and vote Tuesday. Maria Pangolina, the Guam Election Commission, coming up as the polls are just about ready to start. I wish they had they have that air raid siren, Bree, for the tsunami.
Yes.
They should do one for the polls when they open the polls, like,
people would freak out.
Now time to go vote. Jumpstart them a little. Make them 6:57. We'll go over the mayor races, too. And we got Mayor Hoffman and Mayor, I think, Matanani will come on just because, Mayor Matanani's not running and Mayor Hoffman ran unopposed.
There are a few that I think ran unopposed. You have Mayor Rudy Paco.
Right.
What was that?
MTM.
MTM.
Right.
Yeah, that's Rudy Paco.
Then there was Doris Lujan. She's not seeking re-election.
There was also Barragata.
June Blas.
Right.
And also the vice mayor of Barragata, Jesse Bautista, is also running unopposed, so he advances.
Yeah. Maguila Mayor Alan Ngata running unopposed. There is a vice race there between, I think, Tommy, the vice Tommy and Kevin
Delgado,
the choir singer.
Delgado.
Right. Nino Kev, as they call him.
Choir singer.
Joan in the back.
That's a good thing to be known as.
Yeah, Joan in the back. I think he said he's her confirmation Nino, and then he's been
raise me up.
He's been teaching CCD apparently for almost 3 decades, and now
raise me up.
What, is
Sorry.
Isn't that a
Isn't that a
Is
song?
that a church? No, that's a Josh Groban, right?
Yeah, where do you think he got it from?
Yeah, it's a church song.
Yeah, Jay. Come on.
Yeah, heathen.
Yeah, you atheist. Ooh, hurling the A word.
No, apolitical, not atheist.
It's 6:59. Hey, we're KUAM FM in Agotnia, Guam. This is The Link on the Breeze. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Thank you. Roll call, Jay.
I'm Jason Hoffaday and DJ Joser on the ones and twos, but in this case, they're camera 1 and camera 2.
Right on. Thank you to our guys at Master Control for getting the show out on KUAM TV 659. The governor rejected vetoed some bills, Bree.
Yeah, she sure did. But before she vetoed 3 bills, she actually signed into law 10 bills. And just a quick run through of some of those bills. She signed Senator Mary Torres's Bill 369. That is related to the performance of notarial acts by remote online notary public. Bill 378, again by Mary Camacho Torres, relative to the establishment of a non-expiring Guam ID card for residents aged 65 years or older. She signed Senator Luis Munoz Bill 2, which allows the Department of Public Health and Social Services to implement a school-located vaccination program in Guam schools and institutions of higher learning. The governor signed Bill 287 by Senator Joe San Agustin, related to expanding the Guam Registered Apprenticeship Program to include pre-apprenticeships, authorizing tax credits for participants of GRAP, and providing work credit apprentices in order to strengthen the construction workforce development. The governor signed Bill 165 related to retaining the United States Preventative Services Task Force screening recommendations for diabetes of the Affordable Cares Act in Guam's health insurance law. She also signed another bill by Senator Mary Torres and Speaker Tina Munoz Barnes. That's Bill 360, mandating a notice of arrival for all incoming vessels and aircraft to Guam's Customs and Quarantine Agency prior to arrival at ports of entry, and to require the advanced presentation of manifest information. Bill 306 was signed by Senator Clint Rangel. This is related to Guam's administrative rules and regs, lifting restrictions, preventing the control of the feral pig population, and restricting the release of pigs. Bill 372 was signed by Senator Regine Bisco Lee and a bunch of other Democrats. Establishing a task force to explore the feasibility of obtaining parametric insurance for the reef and beach of Tumon Bay.
Yeah, they're going to get it insured by Lloyd's of London.
Bill 298.
That's an expensive insurance policy right there, bro. Lloyd's of London?
Yeah.
You're talking 7 digits right there.
If you add some bomb at the reef, you're going to get, you have to pay a $500 deductible.
Bill 298.
Don't touch the Belati, guys. The Belati are insured.
Don't touch the Belati before the Belati touches you.
Bill 298 was also signed regarding the rehabilitation and improvement of the Harmon
Belati bill.
Industrial Park. Bill 90 also signed into law by Senator Sabino Flores, relative to providing for emergency procurement for threats to the environment, increasing transparency, and otherwise improving emergency procurement. Vetoed was Senator Clint Rangel's Bill 151, which was related to salary adjustments for employees appointed by boards and commissions of autonomous agencies of the government. Also vetoed was Kelly Marsh Titano's Bill 167, related to renewing the Guam Comprehensive Development Plan to encompass the principles of sustainability. And also vetoed was Senator Tello Taitagui's Bill 215, related to maximum limits of governmental liability. So lots of bills.
Everybody still with us?
Acted on by the governor.
Okay, I got a question, right? Not being the political guy, right?
There's nothing wrong with being informed with what your elected leaders are up to. James.
Right on, yeah.
Okay. If you're a lame duck senator, right? You can still propose bills, right?
Yeah, Jay.
Because you go into session, but then when you don't begin your next term, because you have no next term, your successors, I'm guessing, like they can argue the merits of those bills or argue against them on your behalf, right?
No, when you leave office and you have bills that are outstanding, they just die in that legislature.
Right. So you got to get your bills through. Like you got to jam it through.
So even while you're in that lame duck period, was it like the 90 days before the next inauguration, everything like that? If you've introduced bills, you can either just say, okay, well, I'm not coming back anyway, so I'll just let it, I'll just do it for posterity purposes, or I'm going to try and bust my butt to get this passed and go out swinging, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
Thanks, Jay. 704. So that's pretty interesting.
Poli-sci 101 for me.
Well, talking about poli-sci, we'll have the Political Science Student Association of the University of Guam. Coming up, jumping over to the comments here, Chris Cave writes, good morning. Again, the polls open at 7 a.m. Molly Ann writes, buenas and off a day. Christina Hoko, good morning and off a day, everyone. Stay safe. Andrew Gumatauto, good morning from San Roque, Saipan.
Hey.
Wait, is that Andrew the singer?
Yeah, that's Andrew the singer. He
did a really good. Remember, Bree, when we did the
Zappity doo da, zippity day.
No, he didn't do.
Oh my, what a wonderful day.
He wasn't doing scat. When we did the Miss Guam World pageant several years ago,
Yes.
he was the musical talent, and he did samba.
Yeah,
and it was
I had him on Live Local Fridays.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
actually dating my daughter. They're there in Saipan.
Very talented.
Yeah, awesome guy.
Fluent in Chamorro.
Doing just all kinds of great work. They're there with Tadung Marianas. They're doing a whole film thing there.
Wait, you said he's dating your daughter?
Yeah.
Oh, that's Sam's. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, Andrew.
He was late here.
Okay, dating 101.
Beep-de-dee-boop-de-boo.
Obviously,
a
I'm
little
the
late
last
for
guy.
you.
Right. Go drink it. You don't drink coffee. 7:05.
That's a cute couple, may I just say, sir.
Okay,
Yeah.
Jay.
Yeah,
Thanks.
congratulations.
We're going to take a break, and I'm going to go punch Jay in the stomach twice. And there's more of the link coming up on the Breeze 93.9. Good morning.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
When the health and welfare of our island depends on your representatives in the Guam legislature to make decisions based on facts and public input, you need truth to demand government accountability. You need leadership to advocate for your voice in government. You need justice to protect and defend your rights and precious resources. Senator Therese Terlahi's record is clear. She will continue to fight for your voice to be heard through truth, leadership, and justice. Number 10 on the Democrat side of the ballot.
I am Therese Terlahi, and I approve this message.
Paid for by Friends of Therese Terlahi for Guam. Miriam C. Terlahi, Treasurer.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
I'm John Ananich, and I approve this message. Kobans in villages and facilities like this one need to be fixed, manned by police officers so they can respond quickly to any incident. I will fight for more police officers in our communities, more training and safety equipment. Guam is my home, its people, my family, and my family is in trouble. Give me an opportunity to serve you, and I will serve you well and protect you and your family as a lawmaker.
We won't stop dreaming.
Your generosity can change lives. Disasters won't stop during this global pandemic, so neither will we. The Guam chapter of the American Red Cross is calling on the continued support of the community to assist with their mission of providing disaster relief and recovery efforts, military family support, and life-saving training and certifications. In times of emergency, our support will not waver, and we pray that your support of our efforts will continue as well. We invite you to join us in commemorating our 20th annual signature fundraiser virtually this year by supporting the Red Ball in a Box. We will be delivering special red boxes, which include a 4-course dinner from Micronesian Chefs Association and wine to our patrons and sponsors. As a sponsor, your company and message will also be featured in a special television tribute to the Guam chapter of the American Red Cross. For sponsorship opportunities and more information, please call 688-0280 or visit our Instagram or Facebook page. Let's support our community. Though we're apart, we're still together in generosity and support.
Day. I'm Mary Camacho Torres. It's been my honor to serve as your senator. Together, we've expanded voter access, fought for fair chance employment, and helped protect Guam's most vulnerable. But I'm not done yet. In the midst of this pandemic, Guam needs policies that rebuild our families, remove barriers to opportunity, and restore dignity for our people. This election, I humbly ask for your vote so I can do just that and continue to be your voice. I'm Mary Camacho Torres, and I approve this message.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families,
jobs and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
Thank you for the opportunity to present myself as a candidate for Congress. To Mr. St. Nicholas and Mr. Underwood, thank you both for your service and a spirited campaign. For those of you who have yet to go to the polls and you're not afraid of change, let's write the next chapter of the Guam story, one of recovery and long-term prosperity. I humbly ask for your vote. Win or lose, I'm here for you. I'm Will Castro. I approve this message.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Hafide. Coming from humble beginnings, I can relate to the struggles that many in our community are facing. I'm running for senator because just as you, I believe our government has failed in its priorities. I have served our island and nation in the armed forces, educated young minds at the University of Guam, and I'm a small business owner. My name is Vince Borja and I'm running for senator. And I humbly ask you for just one of your votes. With your help, we can bring humble leadership back to the Guam legislature. Thank you and God bless you.
You're watching The Link with Chris and Sabrina on TV 11, but don't leave yet because we're coming up next on CBS This Morning.
We got your 6.
At 6 a.m. with The Link on Breeze 93.9 FM. Bree and I connect you with all the latest news and information you need to know to start your day.
Then check back with Guam's news leader at 6 p.m. for the day's top headlines with KUAM News Primetime.
From 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and everything else in between with KUAM Digital, we got your 6. Hey, give us a call, 637-0094, whether you want to talk about your Godzu or snitch on what's going on out there on a Super Tuesday. As the polls have now been open for 7/12. Playing this one, Xavier Pride. It's called 50+1. I think I played this way back in Containing COVID, but there's a story with this song. As it was written by Xavier High School students in the FSM, and there was what I had heard was there was a young boy who something had been stolen from the church or something, and this boy was accused of being the thief. Parents chewed him out, went into his room for the night. When they woke up the next day, they found that he had committed suicide, and then after that another child had come forward and admitted to the crime. Yeah, it's heavy.
So I began to cry, like a mother losing her baby, like a boy losing a girl. And the one thing that drives me crazy is why did you say goodbye?
Again, the group here at Xavier Pride, a bunch of students from Xavier High. This is an old song, 50+1. I was playing this when I first came back here to KUAM in 2000. Oh my God, 2004?
Yeah, you played this all the time, and I mean, it resonated through the halls. And what's So the 50 plus 1 is basically that graduating class.
Plus the
Plus
one
one.
child who
Yeah.
didn't get to make it with them.
It's
714.
also interesting because I know over the years people have thought that this song may have it's interesting we're playing it on election day because the whole 50
plus one.
voting
Yeah,
thing,
I see what you did there, Jay.
Yeah.
At 714, we got a bunch of mayor races too, and there's even some mayor races in villages where you don't normally see mayor races, like Agana Heights, for example, where incumbent Mayor Paul McDonald, a Republican, is facing challenges from two Democrats, right? Jesse Fujikawa and Jesse Pangilinan. We're going to go over the mayor races, Bree?
Sure. In the village of Agate, incumbent Mayor Kevin Siswico is facing an opponent, Democrat Mayanne Charfris. In Asan Maina, we have Democrat incumbent Frankie Salas facing opponents John Gumatata, also Democrat, and Michelle Hope Titano, who is a Republican. I know she had ran for senator a couple of times, unsuccessfully. In Barrigada, undefeated, unopposed, June Bloss. Congratulations to her. In the village of Dededo, Melissa Savaras, Democrat, is facing off with Jose San Augustin, who's a Republican. He also had ran for senator. He's also the former Department of Corrections director. In Hagåtña, Mayor John Cruz, no opponents. In Inarajan, Doris Lujan, she is not seeking re-election, so it's between two Democrat newcomers.
It's a hot race, Bree.
Yeah.
The village is really divided here. We got Anthony T.C. Chargaloff and Ken Mantonotnia, both Democrats, and this is a big election
It is.
in Rohan, as are all the village mayor races. You know, just because we don't live in a village doesn't mean we don't appreciate how hard
they
these
work.
guys. They go hard. man.
And for
Front
mayoral
line of everything.
And for mayoral races, the public law says that you can be a mayor as many times as you can get elected, right?
Yeah, there's no term limit.
Yeah, because I believe Mayor Jesse Gogui from Orda Chalampago is the longest current sitting mayor, and I believe the second longest is Mayor McDonald, I believe.
Yeah, Mayor Savares, I heard she said 16 years or something in her interview.
Yeah, she's
is that
been
right?
in there a while.
Wow.
Mhm. And those are all
but
concurrent?
so is Paul McDonald.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I don't know if Jesse Gogui has been a mayor longer than Paul McDonald.
I remember when I interviewed him for Liberation Day, as he was saying something like, he goes, it's a great sense of pride, and I've been like because I think he said like 8 straight terms or something like that. So it might be like neck and neck with Mayor Savares and Mayor McDonald.
One of the hot
you
races.
and I, we listen differently, so.
Bree listens correctly. The Molesto race too, Bree.
Right. We have first we skipped Mangilau. Alan Mugata. He's undefeated. Or unopposed.
And
excuse me.
he is also undefeated.
Right.
Best haircut of any of the mayors. I want to say Mayor Allen. He's got that,
flat top,
that high and tight. I mean, you would think it's like, oh, Semper Fi, and he's like, oh, I believe in good grooming.
Okay, so in Marito, we have 3 Democrats hoping to unseat incumbent Mayor Ernest Chargaloff, who's Republican. So we have Julie Cruz, Stephen Cruz, and John Tyron.
Yeah, that's great. With the whole deleting of the primary and deleting my primary election vote that I, worked really hard to vote. It's just created these weird races where, and I feel bad, like in the case of Mayor Ernest, right? I mean, the lone Republican taking on 3. Yeah. I mean, that's Chamorro odds right there, 3 on 1.
And I wonder if anything, the mayor has kind of intimated to us too, as he said, Molesto is such a small, tight-knit community already,
Right.
and anyway, that he goes, a lot of us work together, obviously they're volunteers, they work on the fiesta together, they work on, the crowd festival, but he was saying, he had his stroke, and a lot of people believe that, are you going to be fit to lead into next term? And he said, my body may be like a little bit weaker, but my mind is still as strong as it's ever been.
We
and
had
my
him
heart
on
is
a
still
couple
in Molesto.
times, Jay, and he was fine.
Yeah.
Mongmong Totumaiti, Rudy Paco, congratulations to him, running unopposed, as is Orda Chalampago Mayor, and as you mentioned earlier, Jesse Gogui. In the village of Pidi, Republican Jesse Alec, who is the incumbent, is going head-to-head with a Democrat Frank Cabrera. In Santa Rita, longtime Santa Rita Mayor Democrat Dale Alvarez facing a challenge from Republican Kelly Lozama. In Sinajana, Robert Hoffman, congratulations, unopposed. And I think he has ran unopposed quite a few times. So the residents of Sinajana are happy with his leadership. So
and he's also someone that has a bunch of different jobs in the public sector too, because he's on a bunch of commissions. He does, you know, he volunteers at.
He was also with the campaign, Lou and Josh campaign.
Yeah.
And he's coming on here in a little bit, just because he's running unopposed. Just want to kind of get him and Mayor Rudy. Mayor Rudy, if you're out there, get to the office.
And Sinajana, as Mayor Hoffman and Sergeant Paul Tapau at GPD were just describing, a resident of Sinajana, you know, they just had their fiesta, right? Well, the fiesta just like passed a couple weeks ago.
The fiesta time passed, but I don't think anyone had an actual fiesta.
Right.
Talafofo, Bree, this is another race where we're seeing Mayor Taitigui, the real mayor, that's his slogan, Vicente Taitigui, facing a couple of friendly fire challenges from some fellow Democrats.
Right, all Democrats again. So it's Tomas Diego and Albert Toigui, one of them hoping to unseat incumbent Vicente Taitigui.
You know, I was going back when we had Mayor Taitigui on. One of the things that he said, and it was kind of just a little thing that he had talked about, the drug activity in the village of Talafofo, and I thought that was pretty interesting coming from a sitting mayor, as we've definitely seen some instances of some crazy things happening in Talafofo, and it's also just sad to see that that's an issue at the village. I mean, we know it is, right? But to hear a mayor bring it up, it's something else. Just kind of not the kind of validation you want.
Especially when you're seeking re-election, there might not be people that would actually like admit to that, you know.
Yeah, he also was like, you better be ready to work.
Yeah.
Because it's a lot of work.
What was that he said? He's like, the people of Talafofo, they just want me to keep on working. And then this is another hot race here. And Tamuning Tumon Harmon, incumbent Mayor Luis Rivera, Republican, taking on a challenge from Democrat Alan Tirado. Tirado is a party planner, an event organizer.
An event manager.
And you've seen it in his campaign. There's a lot of glitz and glamour, pomp and circumstance.
And he was saying the other day when he was here on the link, and he was saying, I want to bring the prestige back to Tumon, the whole strip. And I lived there for 11 years in, the allure of the Pleasure Island concept. And, Mayor Louise has always said, we want to do things for our Manumco. And we realized that, Tamuning, Tumon, and Harmon, they have this notion of, they're centers for island commerce and for hospitality and for, places to do. But we also want to take care of our elderly. We want to provide programs for, our children to do things and, for exercise and recreation. So it's a really interesting, as you say, Chris, interesting contrast in how they're trying to earn voters' endorsements.
And then Umatic, this is another race here. Everyone, what was that? Mayor Johnny, everyone wants to be mayor. Incumbent Mayor Johnny Kinata, Republican, facing a couple challengers in Gilbert Uggan and Andy Santiago, both Democrats. And I know the GPD this morning had responded to Umatic because one of the candidates had set up a tent and there was, reports of gathering more than 5 people. So already GPD is kind of going out and responding to these calls of, remember the executive order says you can't gather more than 5. And I guarantee you there's going to be gatherings of like 50, at the polling sites.
Right, in Jigo.
This is the one,
yeah. This is huge. The field is wide open because Rudy Mazzanani is not seeking re-election. So you have 4 Democrats running, 2 Republicans. We've got Dennis Flores, Lillian Guerrero, Francis Lizama. She's actually the wife of the former Jigo Mayor Bob Lizama. Peter Pascual. Then on the Republican sides, Anthony Sanchez.
He's the vice mayor.
Right. Yeah. And then James Santos is a retired police officer.
Wow, that's 6 candidates.
And I want to say, having been, virtually having taken a look at the way some of the signage has been up throughout the election season, Jigo has a lot of signs, for the mayor and vice mayoral races. You see it at the beginning of Woostig Road because how many people live in that densely populated area. Along the Ville, where you get those strip malls, and there's a couple schools up there. Heading up to the church and everything like that. It seems to me, like passing by and everything like that, there might be more signs for mayor and vice mayor than there are for some senators.
Yeah, definitely.
Huge.
Definitely.
Yeah.
In Jotnia, we have Bill Kinga. He is the incumbent. He took over after Jesse Bloss had his legal problems.
Yeah, he's been
issues.
He's been the incumbent for what now? He took office at the beginning of the year, was it?
That's
Or
just
end of
crazy, this
last year?
whole Mayor Jesse Blas thing. And I remember this was obviously before the pandemic, and there was this whole crazy chain of events that Senator Pito Terlahi's son was implicated with this case. And just really, I think the pandemic, I don't know if it made people forget about it, but I was just thinking about that last night. Like, wow, this is something that I think in a few years you could probably make some kind of like crime documentary with a sitting mayor, and his role in the importation of crystal meth into the island of Guam.
And you saw Mayor Kinga when he joined us
And the fact that there was no municipal council, so
right.
And every village is supposed to have a municipal council.
But Mayor
It
Bill
was like, who was paying attention there in Jotnia? You know what I mean?
Mayor Bill joined us on this show like several months ago when he took office, and he said, several of the villagers were coming up to him and saying, "Hey, Mayor, we support you. We're glad you're in and everything. What can I do? Because I want to make people take a lot of pride, obviously, in the Jotnia rules concept. I mean, that's their heart, and they said, what can we do to make our village as best as it can?"
That's what they said.
Yeah, so Bill King is seeking a opposition
Man, Jay, you're the
within
best.
his own party.
You're the best.
From Edward Terlahi.
Right on. And then he's the brother of Senator Pito Terlahi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Familia Terlahi.
And now Senator Pito Terlahi is formerly the mayor's council.
Oversight.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And Pito Terlahi was a longtime mayor of Jotnia.
Of Jotnia, yeah.
So, in moving on to the vice mayoral races, Agate, Christopher Farron, Republican, seeking.
He's the incumbent vice
facing,
mayor.
Yeah, facing opposition from a Democrat, Jocelyn Regis. Barragata.
Unopposed for
Right.
Vice Mayor Jesse Bautista. He's the one with the long hair, guys. Uses a lot of conditioner.
Well, Christopher Farron is
Really
the one
cool
who
guy, though.
has
Really
the Cincinnati Reds logo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Chris Farron.
Yeah.
Then Dedido, we've got the Vice Mayor race here. Vincent Cabrera, Republican, and Peter Daigo Beneventi. Trying to continue the long line of Beneventis who have, I don't know what it is with the Beneventis and the vice mayorship of
Dedido.
Yeah, of
That's gonna be
Dedido, but there's
interesting.
been a few Beneventis that have served as vice mayor. Hold on, I'm sending the link to.
Is Dedido going to get behind Daigo?
In Mangilao, running for vice mayor, we have the incumbent Tom Duenas, Republican.
Can't believe you didn't make
Kevin Delgado, Democrat, and
You raise me up. I mean, was that his commercial? He didn't have any commercials, but that would have been my commercial.
Wait, is that really the Josh Groban song? Because I know there's a praise and worship song like that, and then the Josh Groban one is a little different, right?
I don't know. It's a good song, bro.
You raise me up. Na, na, na,
Wow.
na, na, right, sir? Okay, yeah.
he
DJ
was
Ju-
wanting to sing, dude.
Yeah. Anyway, if I was vice mayor candidate Kevin Delgado, I just would put out, here's 30 seconds of me singing. You're welcome. And he's running against the sitting vice, of course, Vice Mayor Tommy Duenas. They're just kind of close with Mangilao because they do the Donny Festival.
Oh gosh!
And I don't know if you guys known this, but I don't really like to brag about it too much, but I will. I won they have a Donny Denancy contest, and I've actually won the 2018 title.
Very nice.
So Mangilao is a village very close to my heart and my gastrointestinal system. How about Tamuning Tumon? Oh, Sinania. Wow, there's a challenger. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. What's this guy thinking?
Yep, incumbent Rudy Iriarte, Democrat,
Huh?
Joseph Rivera, Republican.
There you go. So that's interesting. Vice Mayor of Tatuha. There's also a race here. Pretty hot race. These guys don't like each other right here.
You don't.
Well, that's what I heard.
Yeah. Javier Talig, both Republicans, Javier Talig and Albert Tovis going head to head. In Gigo for the vice mayoral race, another big race here. We've got Sylvia Flores, Democrat, Loreto Leonis, Republican, and Edward Lujan, Democrat. I gotta say, with Leonis, I see him every single day outside waving by the right before the Gigo fire station.
Okay, can I just ask you, right?
Yeah.
You guys, because you know we all live in different parts of the island. We all take different routes to come into work, right? When you guys see candidates wave, do they do the, you know, they're holding like a sign and they wave, and then they wave you as
Man,
you,
let me
as you
tell
come?
you,
Or
Jay.
wait, or do they do the Frank Uggan Jr. thing where they're like, good morning, and they always do like the 180 and they catch
Yeah,
people on both
yeah.
sides of the road.
I gotta say the two best waivers that I've seen in recent times, it's Ray Tenorio and Frank Uggan Jr.
Yes.
And I got it, man. This election went by. I wanted to do some videos about the different waves, but I mean, like Ray Tenorio perfected the guilt trip eye contact wave, right? I mean, I don't even if he's wearing shades, I'd feel his like those
He's
blue
looking at
eyes,
you.
like I gotta wave. Ah!
Wait, but he would like lean down, and even if you were
He'd get
driving by
low.
at 35 miles per hour, he'd be, hey, good morning, good morning.
He's like in a squat hold.
Yeah.
And he's getting down. He's like, hey, and he points and he waves. And you know when they point and wave, it's like you're kind of like have to wave back or else you're stuck up.
And you know, when my dad ran for senator, and you know, he and his staff like went out there, and he even told me afterwards, he's like, wow, you can't just go out there and, you know, flap your wrist and everything like that. There is a strategic, tactical approach to this.
There's
kind
a
of thing.
tactical approach, Jay. Yeah.
Some people might say, it's like, oh, so and so was like waving and he didn't look at me. People
They're
get
silly.
offended by that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
You know, one of the senatorial candidates, I gotta say, I really liked it on Instagram. I don't know if anybody else has seen it, but he actually his video on Instagram was him waving.
What was it? It was a boomerang. It was like loop.
Yeah,
or-
that's what it looked
oh.
like.
Oh wow.
Well,
I
which
thought
one?
That was cute. Vince.
Vince Borja.
Vince Borja. Oh,
Republican newcomer candidate for senator.
Then you had other.
Well, let me
other
ask you this,
Instagram
guys.
ads.
Do you guys like wave at everybody or do you wave at nobody? Do you feel like when you wave at somebody, it's an endorsement?
No, I just wave because it's a nice thing to do.
Yeah.
I mean-
My grandpa, I can just
Because
hear
you feel like mean if you drive by and you don't wave. Like, there's been some candidates that I just don't like support. I don't like what they're doing for Guam, or not doing for Guam, doing for themselves. And so I won't wave because I'm stubborn. I'll drive by, but it's like,
you're like flipping them off.
You're
Really.
fighting your culture. Like, God, I just want to because they're waving. No!
Oh, you're that guy. I mean, at the very least, I'll beep because I mean,
But if it's close quarters and they can see my face, I'm always like, hey, yeah.
Okay,
good job.
and again, I do want to say that even though I'm kind of like the apolitical guy of our group and everything like that, it's I don't dislike politics. It's just not my thing. These two are like experts in the topic. I do have the ultimate respect for anybody that takes it upon themselves to run for public office. It is a major hit emotionally, physically, financially,
I
on your
don't.
family relationships,
Yeah,
on
okay.
your psyche.
There's a reason they do it, Jay.
And it,
And,
no,
and
and
he knows
it,
his father was a senator.
yeah,
Right,
no,
that's
and,
right,
and
right.
it is a very, very noble pursuit, even though personally it's not necessarily my thing. I have the utmost respect for anybody who even tries. So all of these candidates.
Did you have to go out and wave with your dad?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, and it was, and I remember that, and I was like, wow, this is, and like I see, some people would beep, other people, they'll roll down the window, like, hey, dude, I know you at Prim, and But I mean, no, again, I mean the act.
Was anybody rude?
Yeah, some people, and I can only imagine what it's like these days in like social media, where you're like, oh.
Let's bring on. Can we bring on Mayor Hoffman? Yeah. Let's bring on Mayor Hoffman. This guy's very experienced in a lot of different. Mayor
Let's ask
Robert
him
Hoffman.
about waving.
First of all, are you like in a tiny house? Because the ceiling is just right under your head. Morning, Mayor. Mayor?
Try it again.
Unmute.
No, he's unmuted.
Oh.
I think it's you, dude.
No, I've got him on here. Mayor, can you give us a test?
Hello?
There
Yay.
you are. Right on, yeah.
I can hear you.
Right on. So let's just, Mayor, what makes a good wave when you're out here in election season? What do you think are some of the best tips?
Yes.
You got to point at the car. You got to point at the car when they wave back. You got to acknowledge them. That's kind of the golden rule, I think, because people want to know that you're actually. I've seen some people just wave and their backs are turned to everything and they're just holding out their hand and they're talking to somebody else on the side, so it doesn't really mean be sincere, but
the
it's just a nice
personalized
way to see. I think people gauge it on the honks.
Right.
Yeah, there you go. Personalized touch. So that's the Carl Gutierrez thing. He would point at each car very good. So he would tell them they're still the one, and then they'll
Yeah,
honk
if there's
and feel
anybody
like,
who's
wow,
got the
the
one-on-one
governor's on me,
interaction down, it's definitely Uncle Carl. But waving, how many waves you been to, Mayor Hoffman, in your career?
Oh, too many to count on it right now, and it's I don't really like the election season every time because I hate asking people for money, so I don't ever do fundraisers in that way because I just think it's people work so hard to keep their own money, and I understand as a family, as a father, just how much it is. So I wish there was an easier way to kind of get things out there and get the votes out. I mean, I'm just so impressed when I hear the U.S. election, how much they raise.
Crazy.
Just the billions of dollars.
Yeah.
I'm just like, wow, that's unbelievable. But,
Mayor, let me ask
I
you,
think that's where.
Running unopposed here, I mean, it's not even really running, but what's that like, though? Do you feel that the validation from the people
Yes
of
and no,
Sinania?
because I
Or are they just scared of you? Are people scared to run against you?
Well, I think it's because our name is still on the ballot, and so I think the hard part is, I would feel very bad if my name's on the ballot and people don't even bother to write it just because I'm unopposed. So then, it does something to the psyche because, you want to feel accepted in this. I mean, that's what the election is. You want to feel like, okay, they're validating my work and what I've been doing. So I would feel very afraid that if 1,000 people came to vote and only 200 actually marked my name, then I would get very nervous. So that's why I'm still campaigning as if I had an opponent. And so my vice mayor, Rudy, and I, we never take anything for granted. So we made calls yesterday. We're making calls today. We actually have people there at poll watching. And so my concern right now is the line is moving very, very, very slow.
Oh, boy.
And they're actually accommodating like one voter every 5 minutes, which I just sent a note to the election commission folks. I said, that's not acceptable in any level. And I understand sanitation and everything, but there has to be a faster way to kind of move some of this along. So I have my one worker has been there since 7 o'clock and she hasn't voted yet, and she's the 6th person in line. So I said almost. So
Mayor, we were talking.
It's pretty interesting.
We were talking earlier.
And we're a small village. We're Sinahanya, so
Yeah.
I can imagine other villages which larger with larger populations. So hopefully the process picks up and people get attuned and get into a kind of a system and a pattern of how to do stuff.
How many elections have you gone unopposed? Seems it's been a few.
Every election since 2005. I only had a primary opponent in 2004 election, or 2004, and then after that I didn't have a general election opponent. Then I haven't had an opponent the 2 times I was vice mayor, and this will be my 3rd time as mayor. So for the last 16 years.
Wow. Well,
Wow.
congratulations to you.
Are
So
you
what-
the longest?
It's interesting.
Are you the longest? Who's the longest sitting mayor?
Mayor Mack.
Mayor Mack. Okay.
Mayor McDonald, see?
Yeah.
Mayor McDonald.
I know. Yeah.
Donald has been there 30. I want to say since 1994.
Right. Yeah.
So let me ask you this: since you've been there for 16 years, running unopposed, what does it take then to be a good mayor?
I think just be responsive to the people's needs, and we're 24/7, so we really got to make sure that that's actually happened and that the leaders are that. We get sometimes people who have no ability to get a hold of their mayor, and I grew up, I would say, under the tutelage of then Governor Gutierrez, and he really instilled something that I always thought was probably the best guiding light in any politician. That one problem that person calls you with is the biggest thing that's in front of them. It may seem small to you, but to them, that's the thing that's bothering them, that they want solved now, that they want to take care of. So that's kind of where, that's kind of what we've been doing every which way we can. So you know, I think be responsive, listen, and try your best to kind of just always be held accountable and be transparent. And, you know, with the projects that we're doing, with the funds we raise, with everything, you know, we try to tell as many people as we can and get as much information out as which we can. And so, you know, the mayor, some of my colleagues joke, I'm the mayor's mayor. So, because they call me to get stuff done sometimes. You know, it's been an honor to serve some people and really help. And we help each other. And I think my colleagues, I wish them well today because, you know, I'm happy when other people have opponents, and even myself, I think it brings out the best in the quality of what's out there. And ultimately, the politicians have had their say for the last how many days of campaigning. Today, the voters have their say.
Well, you've been responding. Like I said, you have to be responsive. So, in the past 20 years, you've responded to everything and anything. What would be, I guess, the craziest thing you've ever responded to?
I would say animals, lost pets, water leaks, I would say, that are interesting, how they happen. We've had to attend to domestic disputes between neighbors, and you know, those are kind of the interesting ones that what they're fighting over. And so it gets kind of bizarre sometimes. And then in between that, getting to perform civil weddings in really weird locations that they find significant, but we're like, okay, I guess so. So we just try to be the best and do our best. So it's just getting those, you know, 4 a.m. phone calls. It's the 12 o'clock in the midnight phone call when 911 calls you because they need something taken care of. So like I've always said, we're 911's 911. So they call us for sand if there's an accident in the road, or to locate somebody, or, you know, and some of the ones that really are tearjerkers is when we have Alzheimer's and dementia, Manumco out in the streets in the middle of the night, and family members are frantic, and we have a robust neighborhood watch system, and we really educate our precinct about who they are, so they actually can recognize who these seniors are, so these families can get some kind of relief. But those are the kinds of things that we kind of really make me feel worth another job, is to be able to help senior citizens a lot. And I think that and persons with disabilities, that's been my passion. And want to give them a chance to just really live the life to the fullest.
Mayor, I mean, you're not just a mayor. You've been involved in a lot of different campaigns for higher offices, whether, you know, mostly behind the scenes or chairing. So really, I think you have an interesting perspective on just politics in general. What's your take on if we could just run down the races? We've talked about the mayor races, legislative races. Are you seeing Democrat or Republican majority? And just what are your thoughts on the type of campaigning that we saw for the senatorial seats during this pandemic?
Sure. Well, putting my party hat aside on this, and I think just being as an observer, I really don't pay attention too much to the political action groups, because they have a vested interest in something specific of an agenda on that end. So just looking at the candidates specifically, I always look for candidates that really kind of are in tune with what the village needs are. And I'm saying that that as a mayor, but also is because at the end of the day, you go home to a village, and if they're not making improvements or finding a way to improve where they live, then there's a disconnect in that. It's almost like they don't understand society, because it's where you're safe and where your kids are going to grow up, and it's where, you know, you were going to raise your family and do types of business and stuff. So I kind of always look for candidates that are connected in that way. I think that's where it works. But I think the Democrats have a pretty good chance of retaining the majority. They have an interesting slate. And I think because they campaigned more on some of the issues there, I thought that they had town halls. I watched both the Republican town halls and the Democratic town halls where the senators there. So, and then I've read the supplements, what's out there. So whatever material is available, I think, you know, you kind of get a tune of where their focus is. Social justice, equality, the environment. These are kind of hot button issues that I think everybody's concerned about. So I'm looking forward to seeing how, if it comes true for the senatorial race. But I wish everybody luck. Like Jason said, it takes a lot to want to run for office. And I think that's the hard part. You really give yourself, you sacrifice these couple of months of just with your families and everything. So it's a ministry in itself.
Congressional race. Your thoughts?
That's an interesting one. You know, I've been able to see all three of them in their capacities growing up. I guess I'm that target voter now. I'm 43. I've seen Underwood when he was a congressman. I've seen Mike when he was a senator and a congressman. I've seen Will as a senator. So kind of going back to who would be the most responsive to the people out there. And I think Dr. Underwood ran a really good campaign of really getting information out there. Will was doing a lot of grassroots, door-to-door kind of things like this, meeting with people there. I didn't see much of a heavy media campaign there. And then same with Mike. Mike, I think, used a lot of the press releases and the exposure, whatever he had, was able to command, kind of just get some information in and out. So issues-wise, I think Underwood did a good job of addressing a lot of the issues, and he participated in the debate. So, you know, it's interesting. Hopefully the people see through kind of the fog of a lot of the other smoke and mirrors games of whatever else, and actually look down and see who's results, who's proven, who's done stuff. So that's I think where it lies on that. I think all of them have an interesting take. I hope we don't have to do a runoff. I know everybody wants their YouTubes back and their social media pages back. So I want to ask you, Chris, what color are you wearing today, Chris?
I'm wearing all the colors. I'm wearing all the.
Watches your feed. So
yeah.
Are you shirtless today?
No, I was. Someone had messaged me. You're not down to go shirtless. You're right. I'm not. So I wore something that has everybody's colors on it because I made a joke on my Instagram about like, God, if I wear red, I'm Republican. If I wear blue, Democrat. I wear green for Underwood. So this morning I just looked in the closet.
That's like.
This is like 80 different candidates in one.
You know,
but that's even, it goes true for like, don't wear a blue shirt to Benson because they'll think you work there. Don't wear a red shirt to Kmart.
Right. Yeah.
I was in the States and I wore a red shirt in Target and people kept asking me stuff and I was like, I don't work here.
In
so
Spanish,
I
right?
Never wear a red shirt into Target.
Right. Don't wear orange at Home Depot either.
You know, Mayor, speaking of colors, for the Mayor's Council of Guam, you know, we talk about the majority in the legislature, but what about the Mayoral Council? How important is it, or does it even make a difference if you have a Democrat majority in the Mayor's Council or a Republican majority in the Mayor's Council? I mean, when you look ahead towards the next, like the 2022 elections.
No, it doesn't. For the mayors itself, we get together, we work together, we kind of always cross party lines. I think that's one of the beauties of that. And we are looking at ways to kind of do this where we don't have to be partisan because we serve everybody, unlike where it requires to have that partisanship like the legislature, like a Senate or whichever else. We serve everybody. So I know in some counties and districts, mayors run actually nonpartisan. And I think that would probably open up, if it was ever changed, that would open up a whole slate of people willing to run, because then you don't have to declare things. Because I have family on both sides of the island. Many mayors do, many offices do. So I think it's beneficial. But the minute it's over, we serve everybody. And when we get together as colleagues, we make decisions as together. I don't think we've ever had to do a decision where it's party-based. It's just us working with each other and addressing the issues at hand. So yeah, and I think as its effect for the 2022 race, I don't think so, because I've seen mayors, Democratic mayors support Republican candidates. I've seen Republican mayors support Democratic candidates. So it makes everybody kind of feel important in that they're getting these overtures from these bigger camps. But at the end of the day, a lot of us are just looking for improvements in our community. So whichever candidate wins and that can deliver those roads, those infrastructure issues, address the crime issues, address the capital improvements, I think that's who those mayors will support.
Mm-hmm. You know, one of the last face-to-face mayoral council meetings I attended, I want to say it was in July, and one of the issues that was brought up was the budgets of the mayors and how it doesn't seem fair that you have have the same budget as a smaller village like Petey. Why do you think that is, and why do you think nothing has ever been done about that?
It's a very hot potato type issue because nobody wants to deal with it on this end because you have 3 or 4 different factors in it. I think one is property taxes, and people say a portion of the property taxes should stay where the village is. Some people say the portion of the businesses generated tax should stay where the village is so it can improve the area. Some people say use it based on the income tax of the individuals who live there. And then some people say, no, go through population. So everyone kind of has a different formula on how it is. Yes, population is important, but also tax-based. So for Sinahanya, for example, we have a majority of our people are taxpayers. And I think in the last census or so, I think we're the 3rd or 4th highest in terms of giving revenue. So, why should we only get a small portion of it? But end of the day, we kind of always kind of work it out with each other. But I wish there was a better formula because I always say you don't take Beverly Hills taxes and give it to West Hollywood, and West Hollywood doesn't take theirs and give it to Beverly Hills County. So there's a difference in that end. So we're supporting, I think, the tax base of PD, Nimitz Hill, Barragata Heights, Sinahanya, and a few others are supporting the larger villages with larger populations. But an island, we care for our brethren, we care for each other, so we kind of always just end up balancing out. But the hard part is when the legislature shortchanges or kind of gives us less of a budget. And I'm very firm about making sure we're adequately funded. And, are there agencies and other things out there that I think don't need the money? Yeah, I think the mayors need the money to cut the grass and do their projects and stuff. So I don't think it has to do anything to do with anything other than that. So the non-essentials, I think there really should be a prioritizing and funding these things because, like I said, when they go home, they're going to ask, why mayor's the road, why is there grass cutting or not being done, or I can't just drive through this one area because it's too long, or there's fallen trees. Well, if you don't give us the budget to address it, there's nothing there. But, for an agencies have a better opportunity and better poise to kind of get stuff. But for the mayors, they just give us this chunk of money saying, here, divide it, and whatever you're short, we're sorry. And so we're facing about a $1.3 million shortfall this year. And so we're looking at first and second quarter only in funding, and we're hoping by the third quarter the new legislature can address the shortfalls.
Wow, and a large part of the shortfall, would you say, is related to all these additional responsibilities that have been given to the mayor to respond to COVID, or it's just a cut?
Well, the mayors don't actually get a specific budget set. So we get our money from the highway fund, the tourist attraction fund, and all these other funds. And the tourist attraction fund took the biggest hit, which funds a lot of our street maintenance. So you can't give money where there's no money. So that took the biggest hit, and the legislature couldn't figure out a solution on how to fund that. And then so many other senators have these wild ideas or not wild ideas, but they say that fund specifically should only go to that purpose. So then, the Guam Highway Fund funded our office operations, all the other things there, but that was because that's the fund that was given to the mayors through the senators. We didn't pick, saying, hey, give us money from this fund or that fund. It's saying for the history of whatever that the mayor's council was, we got a specific funding source. So there's no mayor's council funding per se. It's just there's several funds that have money, and then they appropriate from those funds. So a lot of those funds don't have the money. So we are facing shortfalls. And so fuel is going to be a big concern for us because that's what you need to cut the grass and run the mowers and the bush cutters and the tractors and stuff. So, and then that's why we're also looking at the funeral escorts, because these are things that a service we provide, but we can't, considering how many people die and how much it takes to do a funeral escort from to and fro. And so it's that's something we're looking to address. So we're trying our best as mayors to not shortchange the public on anything that we're doing, but we're trying we hope the legislature or the new legislature addresses that and comes up with a solution to kind of do this, because they're always finding money. I always get amazed how they click a switch and find money. And
look what we found in the couch cushion. Oh man, you guys! Wow, there's $4 million.
I'm just surprised the government doesn't have like an ATM card and you can pull up your accounts and look where you got the money at and where there's money. But I understand there's multiple accounts, multiple systems there. But I always get that we found $3 million because we found $18 million.
That's how I feel, Mayor.
Wow.
When I'm folding my laundry and I pull a $20 bill out of my jeans pocket, like, holy what? We just won the lottery. Thanks, Mayor. We're gonna let you go because we're gonna go to Umatic. right now and check in with the Guam Election Commission.
There you go.
Okay,
Thanks. Congratulations. Stay
and
safe.
good luck.
Thank
Right
you.
on. Okay, keep us posted. Mayor Robert Hoffman, Sin City in the house. Let's stay in the KUAM News Zoom room where we're joined by Guam Election Commission staffer Elizabeth Santos in Umatic. And look at that, Umatic Bay. Wow.
Beautiful.
Let's just take this moment to soak this in before all the craziness.
Afide,
Good morning, Sabet.
there is your line in Umatic. I can't get any closer because there's no media allowed in the polling site.
Can you zoom
They
though,
have
or
had a line since this morning. According to the precinct leader, everyone looks happy to come out and vote, even though it's hot where they're waiting.
What's the wait time?
But they have this. It doesn't. It's per voter going into the door. It's just a couple minutes, but
Right.
they do have a queue of like 15 people.
Mm-hmm.
But they're all looking at this view, so I don't think they're minding it at all.
wow? Yeah, that's nice.
So no issues or anything down in Umatic?
No issues in Umatic right now. We started our morning in Santa Rita. We reorganized a bit of the curbside layout to make it more feasible for the parking lot.
Right.
And we helped the precinct officials set up their rooms and made sure they could open the polls on time. Then we went to Agate and made sure that everything over there was going smoothly. And we are just going to be roving from PD to Umatic. When we get the call, we will show up and try to fix any issues that are happening, or we'll just show up to check on them to make sure they're all doing all right.
Sabet, are you guys like broken up into teams? Are you like hitting the south, and then do you have other staffers?
Yeah, so we have four main roving teams that are going to address any issues, like when if they run out of supplies. We have supplies in the car. They just call us to let us know what they need, and we'll go to the polling site. We have three main roving teams. We split into the north, and then central and southwest, and then southeast. And then we have a whole crew of temporary staff who are also deployed to all the polling sites as needed. We were all over this morning, Barragata, at PC Lujan, Manila, and GW, just making sure that the opening at least is smooth, that the precinct officials are finding a rhythm so that for their long day, they're set up for success because it's going to be a long day. So we're just here to make sure that they have all their supplies, they have everything they need to service voters throughout the day.
Right. So you guys have only been open for about an hour. What's going on in your WhatsApp chat groups? Are you seeing a lot of people?
I don't know. A lot of it is just the temporary employees checking in, telling them that they checked on whatever polling site or whatever precinct. There haven't been any issues there, at least no major issues. A lot of it is going to be like how curbside is set up, and if, just to make sure that the traffic flow, whether it's foot traffic or car traffic, is going well. But for the most part, there's no big issues in the WhatsApp chat.
Are you seeing a lot of candidates? It might be too early for them, but
right.
are they starting to set up their
I'm surprised in Umatic there's one tent across the street. I was kind of thinking we would see more, but there's only one canopy across the street.
Only 5 people?
Everywhere else.
Is there 5 people there, Sabet?
The what?
5 people at the canopy or more?
Man, there's only 2 people, and they're sitting at 2 ends of a 6-foot table.
Okay.
They're following the social distancing protocols over there.
If
they're
there
both
were
wearing masks too.
If there were 10 people, would you have to be the one to go over there and tell them to break it up?
I would make the call to Maria.
Okay. And Maria would probably send you in?
She'll make the call whether it's us to go or if she's just going to call the parties themselves.
I see.
Right, yeah.
But, we march to Maria's orders.
Right
so
on.
she's the one. We report to her
general.
what we see, and she makes the decision.
They should give you guys
She's
brass knuckles.
Man, I'm sorry. I know you wanted her on the call. She's actually also at a polling site. Hopefully she can call in when she's done. I believe she's in Agana Heights. So we're all out.
Nice.
We are all out on the road, and we're making sure that the opening, at least of the polls, is smooth. And we will be out on the road all day.
Are you assigned to work UOG tonight?
Yes, I will work. We will all work UOG tonight. We're gonna try to slip some naps in as we stroll from PD to Umatic, and there's 3 of us, so we'll take turns driving.
That's a good nap to go through the hills.
Yeah.
And you got it. Sabet, you talked about what a long day it's going to be today. What about tonight into the morning? What are you tracking?
Man, you know, Chris, you asked me this before. I don't want to give an estimate. I don't want to jinx anything. I'm gonna hope for a smooth night with accuracy and efficiency, but I don't want to make any promises, especially not on air and especially not with Maria on the line.
Sabet is gonna make a great politician one of these days.
Right.
If she seeks
No politics for me. But I just being honest. We've been having some really long nights, so we're hoping for a short one today, but accuracy and efficiency is our aim tonight.
Right on.
Sabet, did you work last night servicing the voters over at the ISOFAC and quarantine facilities?
I didn't go. I was not trained to service those voters. We have a team of deputized homebound officials and GEC staff who were trained by the health professionals to do those things. So I was not one of them. But they did service quite a few yesterday, quite a few on the weekend. And so when the call comes in, when the request comes in, our aim is to process every voter because every vote counts.
Right. Sabet, I want to ask you before we let you go, because we're at the top of the hour here. Hospitalizations, high number of positives. We canceled the primary with far less going on the coronavirus front. But just as a staff carrying on this essential activity today, and not just today, but in the in-office voting and dealing with 12,000 voters and many, many more, hopefully, knock on wood, today. What's it like for you and the GEC staff to be out here during this pandemic conducting this general election?
I'm going to say 'tis the season. This is an election season that's definitely not like any other I've seen. But GEC is such a family that we all play off each other. We know how to support each other. We know, for the most part, we know how to gauge what other teams need. And so I want to say it's like any other election, and we just have a little bit of added tasks along the way, but we're surviving. We are happy to do it. We are happy to serve, and we are happy.
Viva GEC!
Viva Santa Maria Comelin!
Well, we thank you, Sabet, and all of you guys over at GEC, and please stay safe, be careful.
Yeah, and I just
Thanks
want to
for
tell
having
you,
me. Hopefully
Sabet,
Maria can hop on the call a little bit later when she's done at her polling
thank you.
site.
I just want to tell you, Sabet, this morning, my theme is forgiveness, and I forgive you guys for destroying my primary election ballot from the bottom of my Zori.
Whoa.
Get him, girl, get him.
I'm just playing, girl. Good. God bless you guys. Okay, Sabet, be safe.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's Elizabeth Santos, Sabet, of the Guam Election Commission. It's 8:03, guys. We're KUAM-FM in Agotnia, Guam. Good morning, and thank you to our viewers on KUAM TV. It's been a blast, but guess what? We're just getting started. Okay, jump over to the link here on the radio, the traditional way, if you will. KUAM-FM, Agotnia, Guam. We're 93.9 on your FM dial. We've also got this cool little Facebook Live thing going where we're saying good morning to Christina S. Mapotti, who writes Hoffman for senator. We forgot to ask Mayor Hoffman, does he ever aspire for a higher elected office other than mayor? Oh, there's always next time. So thank you again on KUM TV. Jump on over to the Facebook Live, the radio. We're also streaming Docomo Channel 10. This episode of The Link is proudly brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, IT&E, Carrier, the Thrive Coalition, and Calvo Enterprises. Again, KUAM TV, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Está. Adios!
All right, stand by, Dylan.
And we are back. All right. We're going to take a little break here, and we're coming back with a former governor, a Republican governor, a two-term governor, Eddie Calvo, and, of course, giving him a chance to make a last push for the Republicans. Of course, we'll probably talk presidential, and then we'll fold in the former Assistant Secretary for the Department of the Interior, Tony Babauta. Coming up here on the show. So we'll each give them the floor, and then maybe, I don't know, they might have some words for each other. At
No.
8.
No.
No, what? No. It's 8:05.
Are you in the mood for soup? Because it really seems like you're stirring the pot.
I'm
You're
just
really-
saying, they're laughing over here. Yeah, he's like, hey, wait a second. So that's coming up here on the link. And like they say, miss a link, miss a lot. So you don't want to miss this. It's next, right here. KUAM TV. Thank you guys again, and we'll take a break. We're back with more of the show next. Good morning, Guam.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Today is election day. You have the power to make a decision about what kind of representation you want in Washington, D.C. There are more than just names on the ballot. Some say that youth or experience is on the ballot, that party labels are on the ballot. For some, these might be the most important elements. But there's more. There's honesty and integrity and trust on the ballot. Each candidate should be measured against these words. Integrity and trust are not optional. They are required. There is experience and understanding of how Congress works on the ballot. Who among the candidates has had real successful experience in Washington, D.C.? Put aside the party labels and put up front the interests of the people of Guam. We only have one voice in Washington. It must be trustworthy. I will always lift you up. I will not let you down. I humbly ask for your vote to return to Congress again. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. This is Robert Underwood, and I approve this ad.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is one year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Thank you for the opportunity to present myself as a candidate for Congress. To Mr. St. Nicholas and Mr. Underwood, thank you both for your service and a spirited campaign. For those of you who have yet to go to the polls, and you're not afraid of change, let's write the next chapter of the Guam story, one of recovery and long-term prosperity. I humbly ask for your vote. Win or lose, I'm here for you. I'm Will Castro, I approve this message.
How was that to go to Umatic, guys? How was that, guys? Chris and Christy, Toto in Alahan, where there's a very hot mayor's race going on there. Ken Mantononia, Democrat. TC Chargaloff, Democrat. Not like we haven't seen Democrat on Democrat fire before. So again, because of the cancellation of the primary, it's creating some interesting things and races and contests and challenges that we normally only see in the primary.
Did we have Kenneth on the show?
He didn't come on the second time. Remember, he came on for the
first
primary.
time. Okay,
yeah, we did extend the invite.
Yeah, I was impressed with TC.
Yeah, definitely a well-spoken gentleman. Even Mr. Mantononia, when he came on for the primary, both these guys, they just didn't fall out the back of the truck somewhere. They've spent a lot of time in government service. Pretty interesting. Let's go to the KUAM News Zoom room where we have standing by, playing nice with each other. And we have, what is it, Jay? We have Benelis and virtual Benelis what? Benelis Aga, Benelis Dogu, what kind of?
We've also used red and blue food coloring in the Benelis Dogu just to, cater to the political parties.
Right. So, of course, red for the Republicans, blue for the Democrats. So, guys, if you want to have a Republican donut, Tony, I think they're made with a little more bougie ingredients. Feel free. All right. Just wanted to break the ice a little bit. So we have in the KUAM News Zoom room, he's a former Assistant Secretary of DOI, Tony Babauta, and, of course, former two-term Republican former Governor Eddie Calvo. Good morning, gentlemen.
Buenas. Half a day.
And we'll go ahead and start with you, Governor Calvo. Thanks for coming on this morning. Sent you the message yesterday. Come on, shake the tree. Make a election morning push. Obviously, from a Republican slant. So we'll go ahead and give you the floor. Gov, your thoughts on this campaign season. It's been very interesting with COVID and the pandemic and all the protocols and restrictions in place. So definitely.
And the cancellation of the primary.
And the cancellation of the
Big
primary.
one.
Like we've said, it's created some interesting things like the congressional race. So go ahead, Gov, your thoughts on just campaigning and politics during a pandemic.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Chris and Sabrina, for giving me this opportunity. Hello, Tony. The last time I saw Tony, we were both shopping at Payless. So thank you for shopping at Payless Supermarkets, Tony. Hey, by the way, do you got the log cabin syrup to go with the doggo?
Yeah, of course. We have that and Jemima.
What makes this election very interesting is that the conventional way of campaigning, and especially in Guam, we're a society and a community that likes to hug, likes to amen, likes to kiss at the side of a cheek, and it's human contact. It's going out there and door to door. It's the pocket meetings. It's the mass meetings. That isn't happening. You can't in a pandemic such as this. So, what happened? This election is very interesting because the conventional way of doing things is not being done anymore. And you guys even know it in the media because of the lack of fundraising, because of this tough economy. There hasn't been too many commercials on TV or laying out their platforms on the print ad or on the radio, just because candidates have less access to funding. But what they do have is things like this now, is the social media. I think what's going to happen with this election is, how much social media and how much our candidates make use of it, our experts in it, will go a long way. It's unfortunate because if you look at the past 2 years, you've had a Democratic supermajority, a Democratic administration. So you didn't see the headbutting that you would typically see between two different branches of government. So you don't see a lot of things happening in the headlines because one senator is calling out a governor or director on on some issue. So it's going to be interesting. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful that that come this election, obviously, I would like to see President Trump and a Republican Congress, and I'd love to see a Republican supermajority and a Republican congressman. But again, it's just a different set of circumstances this time around. So we'll see what happens.
Tony, let's take it over to you. Tony, about the same question. Go ahead, Tony. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Sabrina, Prima. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Jason. Good morning to the people of Guam as we head out to the polls. And I'm sure that former Governor Calvo, myself, obviously the Zoom team is encouraging everyone to go out on Election Day, exercise your right to vote. I can't agree more with Governor Calvo and some of his assessment with how the campaigns have got along and how candidates have been challenged during this election season to raise money, get your message out, make a determination of where you're going to put your resources. Are you going to do more on social media? Are you going to do more on traditional media? And then just raising money in general, I think has been very difficult. I think the Democrats and the Democratic candidates and the party itself has done an amazing job trying to get our message out, introduce voters to the candidates that we have running on our slate, both at the senatorial level, the mayoral level, and also at the delegate level. Social media has been a factor in this election, certainly. In the past election, certainly, and in some previous elections, kind of ramping up.
Right.
I think the difficult part for candidates is to try to figure out how you hit those demographics within the construct of the election. 50 and above is more difficult to capture during social media. Obviously, you have 50 and below, more apt to social media influences. But then, even in this pandemic, how do you get that vote out? How do you get the voter turnout? How do you get people motivated? And that's been a real challenge, I think, for both parties. I think they've done their best to try to get their messages out. I think Democrats have done an amazing job with the Facebook forums that they hosted over the course of probably 2.5 weeks to introduce all of our candidates. We're very hopeful to maintain the majority, if not increase our number. And we're very hopeful for a Democratic delegate to Congress. Right. And, as much of a sweep as we can in the mayoral races. We're very excited about today. The party's been ramping up for weeks. The energy is high, and we're hopeful for a successful day at the end of the day.
Let's stump a little bit here. Governor Calvo, what did you think of the Republican slate of candidates? It looks just outside looking in. You've got some former senators, obviously with experience. Some of them, worked in your administration. And then you've got everyone else, a bunch of newcomers, maybe lacking in experience, but definitely making up for that. And I think their passion and concern about issues. I mean, we had them all on here. And, there are a lot of people who've never served in a political office in their lives. But in listening to their responses to a lot of the questions, it was what was kind of going on with the Democratic supermajority, Democratic administration that kind of prompted them to run. So if you could just run through the slate, and then on the congressional side, just your thoughts on that, Gov. Go ahead.
Yeah. Again, what I think we have is a very good blend of some of our seasoned veterans. Folks that are former senators that are coming back, especially in a critical time like this, where public debate is so important, focusing on policies, focusing on the effectiveness of governance in regards to not only the pandemic, but in providing service to the people of Guam. So, you got the seasoned veterans, and I go back to folks like Tony Ada, Frank Blas, Joanne Brown, Chris Duenas. These folks have been there as senators. Then you got some of these folks that have experience. J.I. Cruz. J.I. Cruz is that fella ran Mandaña Task Force. Unfortunately, Governor Leon Guerrero killed it, and now we had record crime last year. I think everybody's forgetting how bad criminal activity was. But getting J.I. Cruz in there, Vince Borja, what an intelligent young man. He got a lot of heat at University of Guam because he was running as a Republican. And then you have folks like this Armenta, very small businesswoman, and yet also very pro-life. She's a woman that's involved with the Catholic Church, especially with efforts made to bring Planned Parenthood and abortion centers into Guam. This woman is more focused on life. Then we got this Sayao. Man, I've having a chance to meet her. I've met her once or twice, but she seems tough. She seems like a tough young lady. No experience in politics like some of those other ones, but just wants to get in there and shake things up, particularly on the effectiveness of governance. And then some of these other ones, again, at Kalani, and excuse me if I forget some there's a few other ones that are just no experience in politics. They just want to get in. And then, of course, we've got the current senators, Senator Taitigui, Senator Moylan, and we have Senator Torres. I wish, I would love to see Will as a senator, but I'd love to see him as a congressman as well. I think also with Louise Muñoz, I think she was doing a great job. But like I said, unfortunately, she decided to step down. But I just think we have a good combination of seasoned talent. And then at the same time, we've got some folks that really want to shake things up and want to focus on service to the people.
All
so
right.
I'm excited.
Tony, just same question with you. If you could, a little bit more about the Democratic Party slate. Obviously, we've got the incumbents running. There's been a lot of flack thrown at those incumbents here during this campaign season, most of it coming from the Republican side. And then you've got, a bunch of newcomers as well. You got a couple of candidates with law enforcement experience in John Ananich, Frank Leon Guerrero. Just so if you could, Tony, the Democrat legislative slate on Election Day. A little more from Tony Bavalta here on the link. Good morning.
Yeah, Democrats are very excited about our slate of potential members for the Guam legislature. We obviously have the majority of incumbents that are running. I think we only lost one incumbent, which was Senator Regine Bisco-Lee. But on our bench, we have a very strong bench. As you mentioned, experience in law enforcement in the form of Frank Leon Guerrero, Fred Berdallo, former chief of police, and also John Ananich. We have strong people from the community, Franklin Meno and Dave Duenas, and then, one of the staffers of a sitting senator, Chris Carrillo. At the beginning of every election season, I try to get to know as much as possible the candidates, because putting yourself out there for public service is a difficult decision to make personally and on behalf of your family. But clearly, the effort to continue to serve as our incumbents, like Therese Terlahi, Senators Rogel, Perez, San Augustine, Shelton Terlahi Barnes, and Nelson, and also Kelly Marsh Taitano. I mean, their willingness to continue putting themselves out there to serve the people of Guam, to pass some policies that we think are going to move Guam forward, along with the newcomers, who some have a little bit more experience in public service and others don't. But the mere gesture of putting yourself out there and doing what you can for your community, I think is admirable for all candidates, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. I congratulate all of them, all of the newcomers for doing that and putting yourselves out there. Having said that, I think the Democrats have a much stronger slate of candidates. I think we have much more experience. I appreciate some of the newcomers on the Republican side. They have many friends who are Republicans, and glad to see some of them have put their hat back in the ring to provide the kind of diversity and debate that is needed in any sort of deliberative body that is supposed to be a check and a balance and an independent branch of government. But we feel strongly that we have a strong slate of candidates for this election, and that will maintain the majority.
Let's just we'll keep it with you, Tony. Will bring Governor up too. Let's talk about this congressional race. This is, I think, definitely the race to watch. And was talking to someone last night, and they're like, if anybody, because we're anticipating, are people going to sue? I mean, I'm still wondering if people are going to sue about the primary election, but
or are we going to see a runoff election?
Or are we going to see a runoff election? But I think it's I kind of feel for Will Castro. I mean, we've had him on a couple times with former Congressman Robert Underwood. Like you guys had both said, run a real grassroots campaign. But if there's anybody who should sue, I think Will. I mean, having to go up against two Democrats, I mean, that's just nuts. But let's just focus on this congressional race. Tony, and we'll start with you. What did you make of the campaigning and the tactics, the strategy from all the candidates here in this very hot congressional race between the Republican, of course, Senator Will Castro, the incumbent, Congressman Michael St. Nicholas, and the Democratic challenger, former Congressman Robert Underwood? Tony?
Yeah. So, to just be clear in everything, right? I used to work for Robert Underwood, and he's my favored candidate for this delegate race. I will say that Will Castro is a very close friend of mine. Ever since Will was a Democrat, he's been a good friend of mine. As a Republican, he still remains a good friend. I messaged Will a couple of weeks ago, and I just told him that I was very impressed with the type of campaign he was running. I think it was reflective of the type of person he is. He's professional. He is grassroots. And I thought he had a very strong message that was very difficult to resonate just in a three-way race. Mr. St. Nicholas, he's done a good job promoting what the Congress has passed to benefit Guam. In terms of the campaign, I think it was probably difficult for him to have the type of campaign maybe that he's had in the past, for the mere fact that he wasn't here for the majority of the time. I think the last time he was here before he just arrived on Guam a few weeks ago was back in February. And I think Robert Underwood has been able to tap into supporters who want to help him get his message out. I think he's probably been one of the most active candidates in terms of social media and buying ads. And I think he's had a very strong message as wanting to continue his life in public service and return to the Congress after a decades-long record of success for Guam. And so I think the Democrats will retain that seat. In terms of the three-way race, I think it's a little bit. It'll be interesting. I don't know what legal questions will be brought out about it. Back in 2004, the Congress passed legislation for American Samoa that in lieu of a primary, that in the general election, the victor would be elected by a plurality of votes instead of a majority of votes. It didn't extend expressly to Guam. So I don't know if anyone has looked into that or if that's something to be looked into, but it's very difficult to have the runoff after the general election. The Guam Election Commission has to go out. You have to make sure that you're sending ballots out to military servicemen and women and that you can get those ballots back. It'll be, let's get past today and then we'll figure out what the next step is in that particular race.
Governor?
Yeah, I got to tell you, my first experience with Will Castro coming, and again, he came into, for whatever reasons, when I was running for office, there's something about what my message was all about that Will believed in what the Calvo Tenorio team was all about in terms of a new direction, and he came in. And I've been just impressed with whatever task or responsibility has been given to him, whether it was Bureau of Statistics and Plans, and what he did in terms of getting it more organized, whether it was in setting up an information systems for land management. And then, of course, I thought one of the crown jewels was what he did with our master plan for the hospital. As a matter of fact, you have a guy like Will, who really, if this current administration, the legislature, could have followed the master plan that was put together by administration way back on the hospital, you wouldn't see some of the major issues in regards to what is happening with this overburdened hospital. I do think the other two candidates are flawed. No offense, but Mike St. Nicholas, I feel for the guy. He was at the hospital just recently, but in 2014, when we wanted to bail out the hospital, he voted against that measure. He's voted against every measure to try to help the hospital. He was more interested in politics than in getting our hospital in the right shape. And of course, the other person to vote against that measure in 2014 that would give $45 million to the hospital was Nerissa Underwood. Now, it's not Bob, but I would have been hopeful that someone like Bob would have whispered in her ear on what was most important, which was the hospital. There's another flaw about Bob. Folks, like I said, I see Will, who tries to put things together, tries to work with both parties. Bob's pretty partisan. And what he did at University of Guam, guys, you may be offended by this, Tony, and the Democratic Party, but that sexual predator was being protected by Bob Underwood. And he went after Ron McNitch for being a whistleblower. Of course, Ron can't talk about it because he was he has a settlement agreement. And then when I saw what they were doing to Ron McNitch, and I went after the university leadership, then Bob Underwood sends Anita Enriquez after me. And I'm thinking, wow, the top leadership of University of Guam is going after a whistleblower. And of course, the rest is history. The fella got convicted. Like I said, I had some issues with the leadership of University of Guam. I like Bob Underwood as a person, but that one time and what he did at the University of Guam told me another story about his integrity. I believe Will Castro is a man we need. He's refreshing. He's been on both sides of both parties. And again, I just don't believe that he has the flaws that I see in both Bob Underwood and Mike St. Nicholas.
All right, we're gonna put you guys on together, and
I was gonna say, did Tony want to?
Or you want to respond to that? Any of it, Tony?
Yeah. I think I would like to respond to it. I don't want to get into. I know it's election day, Governor, and we're both out promoting our candidates. I think to try to do a character assassination at 8:30 in the morning on election day to try to bolster the positives of your candidates is just kind of part and parcel of kind of what the Republicans have done this entire campaign season, which is just divisive. Democrats have a message of unity, strong records of achievement. You'll find that in Robert Underwood over decades worth of work in the Congress. Guam Excess Lands Returns Act. He passed the Guam World War Root Claims Commission. He's super active on the Armed Services Committee. And then also his time in the university, where he spent 10 years rebuilding that university, brought it more money, brought it more donors, gave it more awareness outside of Guam, and made partnerships both in the United States and in Asia. Started, sustained, and grew the Center for Island Sustainability, which is something that has continued on year after year and is an important part of our community in terms of getting young people interested in Guam's growth and how to sustain something that's balanced and achievable and good for Guam. So I respect views, of course, but I think by and large, the stronger candidates and the slate is on the Democratic Party side. And I think if you want a return, if you want to put someone in Congress who has experience, can work bipartisanly in Congress, and I can attest to that after working for a couple years with Robert Underwood and then 11 years as a committee staffer, where he was still one of my members. I know how Robert Underwood works. I know how he works across the aisles. I know how he intelligently expresses Guam's needs and is a voice for Guam in the Congress. And I hope that for him to return to a House majority as well as a Senate majority.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to the senatorial race and just kind of get your thoughts on how the mindset that you think people are going to be heading into the polls with, and how you think they're going to be voting, or how you think they should be voting. You think they're going to be voting on trust, on pocketbook issues, like one of our analysts had said the other day. Are they going to be voting on who they think, how they're going to handle the COVID response? So what are your thoughts, gentlemen? We'll start with you, Governor Calvo.
Yeah, I think if you just again, no, I understand, Tony. I'm just laying out facts. I think, Chris, you could go back to the news back a few years ago, and whatever I'm saying is there's a fact to it. No, but going forward, I think the people of Guam have got to take a look at the past 2 years of a party power of in control of this island. There's only been one party in control of a supermajority, and of the executive branch. Even prior to this pandemic, one of the first things done by the administration was to eliminate the Madunya Drug Task Force. You folks remember how they pointed on crime, but 2019 was a pretty bad in terms of criminal activity. You had the Department of Corrections, where a few, not one, not two, but a few more prisoners were inadvertently released. You had an arrest of a Democratic mayor of the village of Jotnya, and in his testimony, there was implication for the deputy director of Department of Corrections in terms of, again, a sexual assault, holding a woman back while the mayor dragged her into a room. What I find so interesting with what happened even before the pandemic, you don't hear oversight hearings. I mean, they went after Eric Palacios, my customs guy, for an anonymous email. Yet here you have arrests, not to mention a customs and quarantine director who's arrested for. Now, I don't remember Talina Nelson or Peter Terlahi going on an oversight hearing to look into some of these issues of crime and corruption within some of our public safety agencies. Then you go to the pandemic, and again, a lot of that stuff from 2019 is forgotten. But the pandemic, Chris, you remember the show? I was here several months ago. At the same time, Korea, I think this was February, where Korea and Japan were starting to see that big uptick in positives. What does GVB do? They send out a commercial to Japan and Korea saying, hey, we're COVID free. Even though we knew that those are our two biggest markets and they're having this mass infection rate. It appears to me, and God bless you, Tony, but starting with that, it's been a reaction after reaction, after reaction. The only thing I've ever seen is turnover in leadership, both chief of staff, public health, and homeland security. And where has the legislature been? Dead silent. You have a few voices from the Republicans, but part of being a government that is effective is checks and balance. And I think for the Republicans and for the people of Guam, you got to look at these past 2 years, and you look at what has been done both pre-pandemic and the performance of both the elected leadership in our legislature and executive branch, and during this pandemic. And you see that there's a lot to be wanting. Thank goodness for President Trump because of the action that occurred because of all the federal support that has come in. And I go back to the $1.6 billion in differing aid. Heck, they even had the military give us a field hospital here. We've had some professionals coming in from the military and the federal government to help our health service workers. We've had payroll assistance for businesses. We have had for the, I don't know, do we have 40,000 unemployed now? But we had all these unemployed that were getting assistance from the federal government for subsidizing them. So while they're currently not working, we've had 50, I think we have, I don't know, 60, 50, 60, 70 ventilators that came in, plus a whole bunch of other equipment. And yet here we are in November, and it seems to be every week a constant change. Guam is in a big upsurge, and our economy is not even close to opening up. And all I hear is dead silence from the Democratic supermajority. I don't know, folks. I think you just got to look at the record over the past 2 years, and there's got to be change. And the change is going to only happen when you have a Republican supermajority that can check and balance the current executive branch operations.
Tony?
Thanks, Tony. So, what do you think? We need the checks and balance, or we need people working together?
Well, I think you need a balance of everything, right? I mean, the Democrats have been in control of the legislature for the past 2 decades. This is the first time we've had a Democratic administration after 16 years of former Governor Camacho and, of course, former Governor Calvo. The administration inherited a government that needed a little bit more work. We've campaigned, you and Josh during their campaign, pointed out the number of officers by law that we were supposed to have, 400 plus officers but under previous administrations it had dwindled down to about 120 officers. I hear Governor Calvo and Republicans of the like talk about a dismantling of the Mandania Drug Task Force. I think it was probably taken apart in name, but the effort and the effort by law enforcement and the relationships were strengthened with federal law enforcement to be able to pursue people who are bringing in drugs, different sorts of crime. I think if you go back to the past year and a half, you'll see that there's been an uptick, an increase in the number of interceptions of drugs over at the post office. I know that I was with both Governor Leon Guerrero and also Lieutenant Governor Josh Tenorio on 2 different occasions in Washington, D.C., where we've completely engaged the U.S. Postal Service and asked them to increase their presence and their investigative wherewithal to Guam, and I think you've seen the result of that. The Democratic administration, even in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, has brought down the debt that GovGuam has. A Democratic majority in the legislature has raised the minimum wage. They've helped small businesses by giving some relief under the Dave Santos Act. Kelly Marsh Taitano went out and to try and to implement early voting to keep our community safe. I think, and also they passed war claims, right? They passed war claims even before the federal government got to it. There's a lot that the Democratic majority has done and a lot that this Democratic administration has done. A lot of it is blinded by everything that we're having to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. Governor Calvo says that it's been reactive, and in large regard it has been, because no one has ever come across this sort of thing. Governor Calvo never had to deal with a pandemic or a large typhoon for that matter. I think the large typhoon that a governor had to deal with and bring us out of the doldrums and back into some prosperity was Governor Carl Gutierrez during his time. A couple of typhoons, crash of an airplane, and now we have Governor Gutierrez leading the Guam Visitors Bureau to hopefully bring our visitor industry back in 2021. There's no doubt that it has been very troubling. It's been a very troubling time. It's been a very tough past 8 or 9 months. I think, though, when you come right down to it and you get to kitchen tables, I think people are willing to make the sacrifice to try and keep their loved ones alive and safe and this community safe. And I would not want to have any governor have to make the kind of decisions that that Governor Leon Guerrero has had to make. They're very difficult decisions, but I think she's making decisions that are in the best interest of keeping our community safe and keeping people alive. And I think that's the most important thing.
I wanted to end on the presidential race, but we've really not a lot of time. So in a minute, if you could, just your thoughts on this presidential race as we head into the state Super Tuesday tomorrow here on Guam. Governor?
Yeah, the Lord Jesus liked to tell these little parables, these little stories, to get his message across. And recently I read one of those parables he gave, and he gave it to a bunch of scribes and Pharisees, was this story about this man, this father, that owned a field. And this field, it was time for harvest. So he asked the first son, and he says, son, can you go out there and harvest the plants? And the son says, yep, I'll do it, Pop. And guess what? He never did it. He said it, but didn't do it. The second son, he was critical. He was, no, Dad, no. He was bitching. He was saying, I'm not going to do it. But guess what? He did it. And the good Lord Jesus says, okay, who is the righteous son? And I kind of put that for all these people that don't like what Donald Trump says on Twitter. And he may be rough. I've had New Yorker friends, by the way, and that's how they kind of are. But when you look at what has been done, and Tony, I had 6 years of Barack Obama and Joe Biden all talk. And then I had 2 years with Trump. And whether it was on the Medicare rebasing, whether it's Medicaid matching, whether it's finally a settlement for the Chamorro Land Trust, whether it's even now easing on H2s. And of course, it made it rough for me, raising taxes, but lowering income taxes. You saw the Trump administration move forward in doing actual concrete things that would help the people of Guam. And then, of course, you got the $1.6 billion that was pumped in for this pandemic. The last year of Obama, the big threat that U.S. Department of Education was going after our local Department of Education was said, hey, we may withhold funds unless you build transgender bathrooms. When I met with the EPA, and I can't remember her name, the lady, Tony, but I told her, hey, these edicts that you have against Guam for Clean Water and Clean Air Act cost $10,000 per every man, woman, and child. And she had basically shrugged and like, well, that's too bad. So you got one guy that maybe doesn't talk politically correct, but I can tell you, and I tell you the people of Guam, when it comes to things getting done for our island of Guam, and you look at Donald Trump and his record, and then you compare it with, again, the 8 years of the Obama administration, much more has happened in the past 4 years under President Trump than President Obama. So, I can't tell you folks that, by the way, if a Biden wins, especially when he said he's going to repeal the Hyde Act with Pelosi and the Democrats, the main priority for this administration in public health, and they said it early on, is to build a Planned Parenthood here for an abortion center. Well, with the repeal of the Hyde Amendment, with the Democrats and Biden all on board, then guess what? Not one taxpayer dollar from the people of Guam will be needed to build a Planned Parenthood abortion center in Guam. It'll come thank you to President Biden and a Democratic Congress. Their whole focus has been, again, I go back to what was the focus? It was putting these edicts from Washington, D.C. to tell us what they think is correct. I've seen it happen. I've seen what the Obama administration did to the hospital owned by Catholic nuns because they would not offer abortion services and contraceptive services as a mandate from the Obama administration. They sued them. You have again adoption agencies that and they're Christian or they're
Thanks,
Catholic.
Gov. Sorry, Gov. We got to go over to Tony
Anyway,
to give him a chance to
There's been an
respond.
attack on religion, and it's been coming from the Democrats. So I'm praying to the good Lord and the voters of the United States that they see the big, distinct, stark differences between both parties, and they are big. That they will vote Republican.
Thank you, Gov. Tony, last words with you. Tony Babauta, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, I just don't think that this this is a time to be divisive. We've had 4 years of divisive talking points and Twitters, tweets, and so on and so forth from President Trump. It's something that continues to this very day. I think there's an element within our community also that wants to be a bit more divisive and put aside the work that's going to be needed to provide unity for our community, to keep our elders and everyone else safe, as well as bring back the economy. I think under Democratic leadership, that's going to happen as soon as we can get past this pandemic and ensure that our people are safe. I obviously am a Biden supporter. I served in the Obama-Biden administration as well. I will say that during my time as chief of staff for Governor Leon Guerrero, we did have a very good working relationship with White House Intergovernmental Affairs. But I think by and large, the President Trump has let down the country in terms of being aware of the pandemic and not doing as much that is needed. And then even after contracting the virus himself, continuing on kind of a reckless behavior of not disregarding masks and disregarding social gatherings and setting up super spreader events. I'm hopeful for a Democratic administration that's going to take this pandemic a bit more seriously across the nation, so that everyone can recover and keep Americans safe and bring back the American economy.
Thank you, Tony Gov. Thank you so much, Tony.
Take care.
Been good to see you guys.
Where we are right now in Guam is a result of Democratic leadership. So whatever issues Tony's going to blame President Trump, we've been given all the resources. Governor Leon Guerrero and the Democratic legislature has led this island through this pandemic. Where we are at this point has directly everything to do with the leadership of Governor Leon Guerrero and the Democratic supermajority. So voters, take that into consideration.
I think the fact that I think the fact that we've only gotten to the number of deaths that we have has been a direct result of Governor Leon Guerrero's strong decisions to try to keep this community safe. It is a tough time, Governor Calvo. This is a tough time. There's no doubt. But I think the majority of people understand the type of decisions that need to be made to keep this community safe. And we'll do what we can to bring back the economy in 2021. I'm glad that you talk about the $1.6 billion that was given to Guam because it was passed under House leadership, House Democratic leadership. So I'm glad that you recognize that as well.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, Tony, I think you were chief of staff. In March, you folks said that there's about in 5 months there's going to be about 3,000 fatalities while you shut the island down. It's terrible that we have over 80. But in the intervening period, when you predicted yourself, your administration, the Democrats, predicted 3,000 deaths in 5 months. You said you were going to fix the hospital. You're going to get the necessary ventilators. You're going to get the necessary equipment. You're going to get the necessary testing. And by the way, the feds gave everything. So I ask you this. If you had predicted in March, and thank God we didn't hit 3,000, so why are we now where we are at right now, where we have a hospital, where they have beds? I tell you, Tony, take a look at the skilled nursing facility. For months, you said that thing was going to be fixed. It didn't. You had to wait for the air. I guess the air conditions were busted. You can't use the military for whatever reason, the military tents. You have a hospital now. And again, I can go back when I was governor, when the Democrats fought getting the hospital fixed up. But if you folks knew in March that there was 3,000 folks that were going to die in 5 months, why are we so ill-prepared and always reacting till this day? So again, people of Guam, you can see the results of the action of the Democratic leadership of this island. Vote Republican.
We didn't get the number of anticipated infections because of decisions made by a Democratic governor in the throes of this pandemic. We did everything that we can to prepare Guam, and we managed to withhold the community spread until August. During those times, the things that you talk about, getting ventilators, increasing hospital beds, getting a field hospital, yes, provided by the federal government as a resource, but done so because a Democratic governor was at the forefront and beating down the doors every day of FEMA, Homeland Security, the White House, and DOD to ensure that we had those resources available. Everything that Governor Leon Guerrero has done has been done in the best interest of trying to keep this community safe. Even the collaboration that we did with the Teddy Roosevelt to keep our military servicemen and women safe by bringing them off the ship and into Tuman to keep our military presence strong in the Pacific.
While the administration had a turnover in chief of staff, God bless you, Tony, Homeland Security and public health, the legislature kept quiet. And now we are exploding clusters. I feel sorry for the folks in Gil Baza and Gil Breeze. But the issue on testing, on source tracing, and by the way, a lot of these fatalities are either people that are coming in already corpses and being tested positive, or they're coming in real sick. And this is where public health and under the leadership of the governor and hopefully working with the Democratic majority could work towards focusing on these at-risk groups. And it's not only the sickly, but it's of those that are of the low, let's say of very communities that have very limited infrastructure with these extended families. And I go back to this. It's November. It's November. Tony, you weren't there to stick around. Linda DeNorsi, you're a great guy. Linda's not there. Tim Uggan. But all I've seen is this turnover. So, with all this turnover, it didn't help the situation. Mm-hmm. And of course, when the Democratic supermajority saw all this turnover in your administration, where were they to help? I just saw dead silence while things seem to change on a daily and a weekly basis.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you for your input. We could probably have you back on tonight because it's going to take a while for the results to come in. So please, you're invited if you want to go head to head again tonight. That would be great.
We could bill it,
right. Take care.
Thank you, Gov.
Round 3.
Tony, appreciate it.
Take care. Thanks, guys. Stay safe.
Okay, guys, there's virtual benevolence Aga in the KUAM News Zoom room if you guys want to grab some on your way out, okay? Remember, red for Republican, blue for Democrat. Thanks, Tony.
Thanks.
Okay, there you go. Esta. 8:56. Let's keep it in the KUAM News Zoom room, shall we? And let's head out to our KUAM News team, where we have our KUAM News reporter, Adriana Cotero, who's standing by at one of the polling sites. Adriana, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Chris and Bree. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Where are you at?
Okay, I'm at Benavente Middle School, so one of the northern voting sites here. And there's been a little bit of foot traffic. I can show you guys. Let me turn my camera real fast. Oh, no. Okay, there we go. So I had just spoke with a few of the different site managers, and they were telling me how a lot of the campaigners have set up camp since 5 a.m. all the way down there. So I'll be sure to grab some video and also to speak to them later. But as you make your way over here, they are following CDC and Department of Public Health protocols. And of course, the circumstances are different this year. And right here, I am joined with Priestlyn Mori. Good morning. And she's going to tell us a little bit about the different protocols that they're implementing and enforcing for this year's election.
Okay, so right here, we are at the Benavente Middle School. We're servicing last names L to P. A little something different from this year's election. We do have our small little makeshift booth here.
Mm-hmm.
We're checking the temperatures of all of our voters, giving them a little bit of sanitation. This is just to ensure the safety of everybody going in and out to vote.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have our election assistants. We have our desk over there. They're directing them to their polling room, going by last name yet again. And then behind you, we have the
curbside.
We have some of our assistants on that side also.
So tell us a little bit about the curbside voting operations.
So this is mainly for our manamku, those who are disabled or have a bit of difficulty walking. Our curbside voting is to cater to them, but we have a few stragglers who prefer to just go in their car. And so that service is to go ahead and assist those voters also. The process for that one is a bit lengthier to get your voting done. So what we do is we get their ID through a basket. We go inside to our polling officials. Those will be our voting officials. they come out with the ballot, and there's always our assistant and a precinct official. So they're always together. There's always more than one person with the ballot to keep the safety of the ballot. And then they assist the voter, and then they go back in and cast the vote.
And I know you have to assist these voters right now, so I will step away and allow you to do that.
Yeah. Adriana, what kind of turnout are you seeing there at Beneventi?
So far, I've been here for like the past 30 minutes, I'd say, and when I first got here, there weren't too many people, but as I've been hanging around, I've seen a lot more people coming. So I think as the day continues to go on, we'll see more. I know that just in speaking with, again, the site managers prior, they mentioned that there are 5 polling, there's just 5 different rooms that they're utilizing. And then within each room, there are 3 booths, and then each booth can fit about 3 people. So that makes for 9 voters in total per room. And then as soon as the voters come out, they have to disinfect everything as well. This is as far as I can go.
Yeah. Okay. What's the time, Adriana, the turnover, and when they get the 9 in, and then they gotta sanitize everything?
I'd say less than 20 minutes. It seems I've seen a lot of voters going, and then within, I'd say 15 minutes, I see them come back out. So I was even asking one of the site managers, I was like, is it less? Is it about 30 minutes, 20 minutes? They said, oh, less. So I'd say 15 minutes would be a good number to say how long it's taking for voters to go in and then come back out. And then if they do have to wait outside the door, they of course have to wait 6 feet apart in line.
What about out in front of the polling site? Do we see supporters of the candidates and the parties out there?
Outside, yes. I haven't made my way out there to speak just yet to them, but that's where I plan to go next and grab some video and also hopefully grab some interviews. But along the road, you see a lot of campaigners out there, and as I mentioned, they've been out since 5 a.m. setting up camp.
Wow.
Yeah. But so far it's been, operations have been rather smooth. That's even in speaking with Praislin, she had said that it's been going very smoothly here.
All right. Well,
a lot of early bird voters. There we go.
well, thanks a lot, Adriana.
Thank you, guys. I'm trying
All
to
right.
figure out how to flip this, but I'll see you guys tonight. Of course, I'll be at UOG all night.
All right. Stay safe.
Thank you, Adriana. We got to take a real quick break, guys. Again, this is a Super Tuesday episode of The Link, and it's proudly brought to you by Dial Rent to Own, Carrier, 647-COOL, IT&E, Calvo Enterprises, and the Thrive Coalition. It's 9:01 on Election Tuesday. We are KUAM-FM and Agotni, Guam. Here's what's coming up. You guys got your passport? Okay. We're going to go to the States. We're going to talk with some chimaros in the States. Find out what they're doing there for the election. And then from the States, guys, it's a long flight. Then we're going to go to the Northern Marianas, where we'll catch up with reps from the Democrats and the Republicans there in the CNMI, as they are also having an election. So that's what's on the way. And then from the CNMI, we're going to catch the Mangilao Express, the Mangi Town Express to Mangilao, and talk with UOG's Political Science Student Association as they did a poll here. All that coming up on The Link. Like they say, miss a link, miss a lot, so don't go anywhere. We're back with more of the show next. Good morning, Guam.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you, Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
Thank you for the opportunity to present myself as a candidate for Congress. To Mr. St. Nicholas and Mr. Underwood, thank you both for your service and a spirited campaign. For those of you who have yet to go to the polls and you're not afraid of change, let's write the next chapter of the Guam story, one of recovery and long-term prosperity. I humbly ask for your vote. Win or lose, I'm here for you. I'm Will Castro. I approve this message.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
Today is Election Day. You have the power to make a decision about what kind of representation you want in Washington, D.C. There are more than just names on the ballot. Some say that youth or experience is on the ballot, that party labels are on the ballot. For some, these might be the most important elements. But there's more. There's honesty and integrity and trust on the ballot. Each candidate should be measured against these words. Integrity and trust are not optional. They are required. There is experience and understanding of how Congress works on the ballot. Who among the candidates has had real successful experience in Washington, D.C.? Put aside the party labels and put up front the interests of the people of Guam. We only have one voice in Washington. It must be trustworthy. I will always lift you up. I will not let you down. I humbly ask for your vote to return to Congress again. Si Diyos maasi, maraming salamat po. This is Robert Underwood, and I approve this ad.
The Christmas Pops virtual holiday shopping fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Our frontliners have been working tirelessly to keep us safe, and now they need your help to get our island back up and running as safely as possible. Did you know your smartphone can be one of the most powerful tools in our fight against COVID-19? That's why we're bringing you the Guam COVID Alert Exposure Notification app. This app works by letting you know if you've been exposed to someone who's positive. It's completely voluntary, and more importantly, it's completely anonymous. It does not track who you are or your location. Researchers at Oxford University have found that for every 100 to 200 downloads of the app, it can prevent 100 infections and save one life. Add your phone to the COVID fight by going to guamcovidalert.guam.gov or download it from the App Store or Google Play now. Help Guam stop COVID-19.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
Kids medicine miwar wisat neki sara saurari semen COVID-19. Mi wirinna geri barawats at si pasapuerore ferry epetiri semen. Awara oru fit to awam seria cots. Por rawe pot nupen nofeden. Terupom norgugun rueseken terugeri sop mekarik. Ike seor sop mekarik ekyoan sanitizer miwar ore pesen arukornon. Terufiti ekwareri mepise karavas reson atapa. Kasapat tapawan mesom. Namotireim ike apurien maybe efficientwen. Epeti maraom me barawen awachikicheng family wan marawan kids medicine. Epet ira tuburun marawat. Renti chikire poraus tatogeri kakeri urget ewe ike tatawaro website tphss.guam.gov. Kiri Sochapur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs.
Guam, make some noise. Yeah. All right. Good morning. 9/11. Let's go into the K-Wave News Zoom room here. The comments on our Facebook Live feed going off. Please comment away, guys. We're now going to Bree. Where are we going?
We're going to the U.S. mainland. I think these lovely ladies are from different areas, and so I reached out to the Chamorro Association of the Midwest. I know we spoke with them last week, but I wanted to, speak with them this week about just voting in the presidential election. And so if we could, we'll just go ahead and just have everybody introduce themselves, and we'll start at the top left with Joni, right?
Sejismaasi Naanhu si Joni Leon Guerrero, and I'm living in the unceded territories of the Munsee Lenape, Canarsie, and Rockaway peoples, also known as Brooklyn, New York. Brooklyn in the house. Here representing Guam. So thank you for having us.
And let's go over to Claire White, who's on the upper right-hand corner. Good morning, Claire.
Buenas, John Hafede Todos Hamzu, si Claire Zu. I am living in California, also known as the land of the Maidu, the Pomo, and many other tribes. Thank you, Joni, for doing that. I just realized that I should also look it up, so thank you. I'm over here in Sacramento, California.
And then Christine Camacho is in the lower left. She came on as part of the Chamorro Association of the Midwest, talking about a great thing they did with college prep. And now you're here to talk politics with us. Good morning, Christine.
Hafade, good morning. How are you? Thank you for having us again.
Of course. And then we have Professor Antoinette Charfers McDaniel, who's on the lower right-hand corner. Good morning, Antoinette. Unmute.
Hafaday Todos Hanzu Guahusi Professor Antoinette Cephas McDaniel. I would like to acknowledge that I am on the land of the traditional homeland of Lenape, Delaware, Shawnee, Wyandot, Miami, Ottawa, Potawatomi, and other Great Lakes tribes. I am Familian Kapili, Zentsungi, Tautau, Barragata, and Tautau Tumuning. I am coming to you from Cleveland, Ohio. So thank you for having us again. It's nice to be home over the airways. Yeah, and it was cold. It was, if you watched the game last night, it was snowing on the Raiders and the Browns. But the Raiders beat us, so oh well. These things happen. Yeah. I don't wear my heart on the Browns.
Just chalk it up to COVID.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
So let's talk about the presidential election, because, we over here in Guam, we don't get the we can't vote for president. And so, so did all of you guys vote or voting tomorrow?
Already voted.
Voting tomorrow.
Okay. And so, how do you guys plan on vote? If you're not comfortable with saying who you voted for, just, that's fine.
I think I would be uncomfortable if I said the wrong name, but
Yeah.
the right name is Biden all the way. So I don't know if that's going to gain me some haters on the island, but no question.
Mm-hmm. Can you share a little bit of the reasons why you voted for Biden?
Well, I think first of all, I want to just talk about politics a little more broadly. Sorry to be a professor, but I think that just being Chamorro in the mainland, it's political. We're constantly advocating for who we are. If you're in New York, like Joni and Chris, or in the outside of the hubs of California, where even that's a struggle. You're constantly trying to explain who you are. So that's political in and of itself. I think for me, some of the issues come down to the way to indigeneity, but also the way in which we are often mistaken or racialized. There's anti-Asian violence starting with COVID, right? The numbers spiked. A young Vietnamese boy was attacked and going with his family, going to, I think it was Costco months ago. When I see, what are the groups called? A conservative group called the Boogaloo Boys, who are appropriating hibiscus prints. That's political to me. It's political when in Charleston, you have white supremacists chanting, blood and soil and carrying tiki torches, when we know that in Polynesian mythology, tiki represents the first human being on Earth. So let me just back all of that up, and maybe my answer will make more sense to you. There's a way in which Chamorros on off island, even the mixed race folks, my daughter is mixed race, we know that our people have served, our parents, our fathers, our mothers at this point have served in the U.S. military, died for this country, and yet continue to be denied rights, even up to and including having difficulty accessing VA benefits in the mainland. So, and my father died early, many years earlier, from asbestosis. And all he did was show up to go to work one day in Bremerton, Washington. Was not even in a rating where he was exposed to asbestosis. So many issues that for people on the mainland and the diaspora differ, but are related to our indigeneity, our colonization, history of militarization, but also our racialization as non-white people. So those are the conditions in which, for me at least, Biden was a no-brainer. Imperfect, I will say, imperfect, because there's a lot to be desired. There is a kind of neoliberal component. We're not talking much about having troops deployed, including our people, our men, going over to Afghanistan and other areas around the world. And that's not even on the table in part of presidential politics right now. So I will let youngins speak because they have so much to say. I want to shout out, they're all amazing in each of their ways there. And I think the point is, for Chamorros on the mainland, we tend to be engaged where we are. So Puerto Ricans are also Cleveland, just outside of Cleveland, the second largest Puerto Rican off-island community is just down the road. So Puerto Ricans share the experience of Guahan and of being colonized and not being able to vote. So with that, I'll stop. Right. Please talk to everybody else. These are the rising leaders. I'm going to be checking out in a bit. But these are the rising leaders right here.
All right, let's go to you, Claire. And I'm just reading here that you express aspirations for eventually running for elected office.
Right. And so right now I am a special education teacher in Sacramento. It's my third year, and so I'm actually teaching one of my students about Dolores Huerta right now and how big a part, she was of the, farm worker, like getting farm workers' rights and really just respecting farm workers and helping them, supporting them and sustaining themselves. And so for me right now, it's kind of like being in the trenches of education, if you will. And my mother was a teacher too. It's just really put me, I think, in a position to really see how all of the ills of society can really prevent and really kind of just how education is related to segregation and how, my school is largely Black and brown. It's Asian, it's Latino, it's Black. We have a very small population of white kids here in South Sacramento. And so it's just really interesting to think of redlining and, housing loans being denied to African Americans and other people of color. And just to really just analyze all of the different pieces of politics and racism and sexism, all of those pieces that really do make it so much harder for people to, have access to the same opportunities for employment, for, pursuing life, liberty and the pursuit of happiness, all of that. And so I've been pretty involved in, and I can talk for really long, so I'll try to cut myself off. But I've tried to be involved locally in politics. And so, I've joined my local group of Sacramento County Young Democrats, and we actually get to kind of debate and vote on what local candidates we want to endorse. And we do have a lot of sway in that regard. And I'm just honestly trying to learn from everybody who does live and work near the Capitol who is in this group, because I don't see anybody on city council or my county board of supervisors who truly does seem to represent, lower class folks who are struggling to survive, folks who don't all have health care. It's largely property owners, it's largely landlords and people who are very disconnected from the diverse groups of folks in Sacramento. Anyway, sorry. So for me, I might not have a really, this might be kind of contentious because I honestly am really not excited to vote for Biden, but I am doing it. And, I go to demonstrations for, Black Lives Matter. I'm in solidarity with unhoused peoples. We have a lot of unhomed people in Sacramento, and it's hard because I have, really leftist folks who I agree with, and they're saying, you know what, the system doesn't work for us. It wasn't built for us. Everybody, will let you down. And we have, I would say that, I am voting for Biden because I care about the environment, and environmental justice is racial justice, is housing. They're all so interrelated that, without the environment, our indigenous folks can't survive. We can't carry on the culture. We can't, our language is so connected to nature and to preservation. And, and I do think that, there is a better chance of collaboration, and actually, if we can take care of the earth, then we can better take care of each other. And so that is why I'm voting for Biden. But for me, I just want, and I'm almost done. For me, I just really want to push forward the message that local politics are so important as well. We have we have so much money going to law enforcement, even with our CARES funding, I believe, like the coronavirus funding, we have a disproportionate amount, and we have so many unhomed peoples. And it's just such an outrage, and there's so much disrespect for our Black women leaders in Sacramento. The mayor has shown so much disdain. So for me, I'm like, I need to get one of those people out, and I need to go in so I can actually push for the change that the masses want. So anyway, so that's a little bit about why I feel the way I feel.
Well, thank you. Joni?
I agree with a lot of what Claire was saying. I'm located in New York City, so issues of social justice are prevalent here. We have a very diverse population, and being here during the pandemic and during the uprising has definitely influenced my decision. I don't feel great about voting for Biden. He's not what I think he's very moderate, and I think we need something more radical than him and what he's offering. But the climate issues are extremely important to me. I care so much about our kids and what we leave them for their future. And Donald Trump clearly does not care about the environment, and issues of women's rights, just completely just erasing all of the progress that we've made in recent years. So Biden was the right choice for me.
And Christine, you're heading into the polls tomorrow? Is that what you were saying?
I am, and in the state of Pennsylvania, it is a battleground state. The governor has extended voting, which of course is not desired by those who are conservative. I live in where I do live is predominantly conservative. Unlike where Clarissa and Joni live, I live in a predominantly white neighborhood, and so it was difficult for my kids growing up. In 2015, a Trump supporter tried to run me off the road and tell me to go back to where I came from. In 2016, my daughter, they threw milk cartons at her and chanted "Build a Wall." Just this year, because I do, exercise my right to peacefully protest, I was threatened by someone at work with violence, and they did nothing because it's a conservative organization. So it's been challenging for me. And so Trump is not the right vote, obviously, right, for me. And as a victim, a female of sexual assault and rape, I cannot bring myself to vote for someone like Trump. And I think about my own daughters and their rights. And so, like everyone here, right, Biden, a lot of better people could have made it to the ballot, but Biden is the right choice for me at this point in time, given those two options.
All right.
And it's a hard thing to do, like kind of toe the line with, because I'm more left centrist. I do hold conservative views. I was raised Republican, but when it comes to social justice issues, I am more left. And to toe the line with being a military family, and I know that some people think that supporting Black Lives Matter is some sort of defiance against those who serve, and it's not. It's really, in my perspective anyway, is taking the rights that they fight for, and using those rights to protect other people. Right. There are heroes out in the field. We can be the heroes for our people here, and not just people of color, but all people who suffer injustice.
We appreciate your perspective, ladies. And, our election coverage as far as the vote counting starts tonight here on Guam, but we know that that's when the polls will be opening there in the state. So let's keep in contact, and maybe we could pop you up on our Zoom feed during our election coverage, to comment on how the results are going.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Happy to do it.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Stay safe. Thank you so much for coming on.
Masi, have a great day.
Algo mas. Wash your hands. Guys, I know that you've been away from home for a very long time. That's why we have in our KUAM News virtual Zoom room, Jason Salas. What do we have? Is there a piggy geek?
No, we wanted to go classic, but then actually do it up like a little bit special for our friends and everything like that. So we're actually going a little bit bougie. We've got Keligwin swordfish.
What the?
I never heard of that.
Wow.
You guys never had swordfish Keligwin?
No, I guess I'm just not used to having the bougie kind of.
That's good stuff right there.
Well, how do they say it in the States? States, it's elevated. Okay, so. And there's also Banana Saga. We got banana donuts there too if you guys want to take it. Virtual, of course. Okay? Thank you, ladies.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll catch up with you tonight.
Let's make that a plan. If you guys are going to be up, I'm sure you will, jump on our coverage tonight, okay?
Sounds good.
That's the,
All
okay,
right.
adios. There you go. From California to New York. Chamorro's in the States.
Pennsylvania and Cleveland?
Right,
Cleveland
yeah.
Browns?
We're definitely all over. So we're going to take a quick break, and as promised, we're flying to the CNMI. All Guam residents, get ready to get your nostril swabbed, and we'll touch base with reps from the Republican and Democrats over in the CNMI. It's 9:29. This is The Link on The Breeze. Good morning, Guam.
Win the Galaxy GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
The Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Shopping Fair is coming on Sunday, November 29th. It's the third annual Christmas Pops event with local artisans, crafters, and businesses in a reimagined and safe way for you to shop. As many small businesses struggle to survive, the call to buy local is greater than ever. To learn more and participate in this one-of-a-kind multimedia marketplace event on the stations and digital platforms of KUAM Communications, bringing together the island's biggest array of local vendors, email bettyann@kuam.com or visit kuam.com. Presented to you by Stroll Courier. Get all your packages, documents, and gifts delivered island-wide. Visit strollguam.com/courier and book a delivery today.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
Uproar Race to 21 Challenge. 2020 is 1 year we can't wait to put in the rearview mirror. So lace up, get ready, set, and run to 21 with the Guam Rona Challenge. Join the virtual challenge starting now through December 31st. Go at your own pace and select from 100, 2, or the 300-mile challenge. To register, visit runtochallenge.com. Special thanks to KUAM Communications, Trench Challenge, and Kill Cliff. This is an Uproar event. Proceeds benefit the Special Olympics Guam.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Swordfish is great. It's okay now. Okay, we got our guy Kevin over there nodding in staunch approval.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, I can vouch for that.
No, okay, and if you Kelaguen swordfish the right way, the meat is like a little bit tough. You're gonna have to like work on it and chew it. Not so much like octopus, but not on the other side, like tuna, where it just melts in your mouth. It's great for Kelly Gwyn.
Well, let's see
You
it.
guys have never tried Kelly Gwyn swordfish?
Well, we never tried it because he never made it for us.
Yeah. But it is a thing.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, you can Kelly Gwyn any fish, Brie. Have you ever tried Kelly Gwyn cod? How about a nice halibut Kelly Gwyn?
Yeah,
While you're at it, Jay.
Our friends up in Alaska say, there's Kelly Gwyn pollock.
934.
I just like shrimp Kelly Gwyn and octopus Kelly Gwyn.
Well, let's ask Kev, because he knows.
You know, obviously, you know the Chamorros invented Kelly Gwyn, right?
Yeah.
Because they were tired of eating barbecue. 934. Let's go over to the CNMI now. Guam residents to the right, please. All inbound travelers, non-returning residents over here. You're about to get swabbed. But my daughter said that the swab in the CNMI, it was a gentler swab than what she got here in Guam. So there's that, guys. It's a gentle. It's a like, oh, get out of that nostril. Not like the one we got was
as opposed to the brain.
Yeah, tip your brain there. Hey. So we have from the CNMI Democrats, Nola Hicks here, and then from the Republican side, of course, Kevin Bautista. Unmute and good morning, Democrats and Republicans of the CNMI.
Repping their colors,
Good morning.
too.
Aperitivo, good morning, Chris, Bree, Jason. Morning, sis Nola.
Good morning.
Guys, how contentious is this going to be? Because I know there's a lot of friction between the parties. I mean, you know, here on Guam as well.
There's friction, but Kevin and I are colleagues. I think we pretty much know how to keep it professional.
Oh shucks, it's no fun
So,
when it's professional.
We'll be good. I've known Nola since I moved back home in 2015, and I've worked with her in several capacities in the past. And granted, it's an election year. It's an even-numbered year. It's a means to an end at the end of the day for a political process. And we're just all, and I know that both parties are encouraging people to come out and vote from precinct 1 to precinct 7. So I continue in Rhoda.
Let's just start. We'll start with what's at stake in this election. Obviously, we do follow the goings on in the CNMI, but I mean, I'll admit, only really on the surface from what we get, because there's just so much going on here. So if you guys could tell us what issues are at stake for your respective parties, and I'll go ahead and start with you, Nola, representing the Democrat Party of the CNMI, Nola Hicks.
Well, I guess the last time I saw you guys, or the last time we had our interview, we were talking about Black Lives Matters on Guam. So I've come a long way. I mean, I'm 7 months pregnant. I've been the chairwoman of the Democratic Party. This is my second term. Just proud to be here, very grateful, ready to get back to Guam, to my husband. But yeah, this election is, there's a lot at stake, not just nationally, but very much locally. I think the Democrats here, we're running a very historic race. We have 9 amazing women running for office, the first ever in the history of the CNMI. Strong, intelligent women. And I think, for us, what's at the ballot and what's important to us is just, restoring that public trust, fiscal responsibility. And I'm sure our counterparts in Guam have been reading a lot in the newspapers. And, this is why we're rolling up our hands and, rolling up our sleeves, and we're just ready to get to work. The momentum here is just, it's been very positive. I know, the opposition, we go at it, but, the truth and the facts are what matters. I think that when the system is not working for us, we need to do what we can to fix it. So I think that the first big step is just acknowledging that, there are some serious issues here in the CNMI, and we're so close to Guam. So a lot of the issues are relative, but being a resident of Guam and being a resident here in the CNMI, I've been able to compare, the way the governments operate. And so, with COVID, it's been a struggle. I was supposed to be here for 3 weeks, and I've been here for 3 months. You talk about, COVID testing. I think my daughters had more swabs and COVID testing than Trump. So, the testing is real. COVID is real. I think it's very important that we secure health care for our residents to be able to to go through a pandemic without health insurance is very concerning. This is a serious issue. And as you know, hundreds of employees, government employees, have been furloughed. We're dealing with austerity, delays in PUA payments in comparison to Guam. So there's a lot that we can learn from each other on the COVID end and on the government end. But I think the main thing here and what's at stake in this election is just restoring respect, public trust, and fiscal responsibility. That's our main purpose.
Kevin?
Unmute,
Kev. Unmute. Oh, wow. You must be flustered.
All right.
She got you shook.
Yeah, I got you shook. Forgot how to unmute.
Thanks, Chris. So for the CNMI Republican Party, we know that our islands and our entire world is seeing unprecedented times because of COVID-19. In the past, during the CNMI, we've had this mantra called Mariana Strong, where we've overcome a lot of challenges and continue to face them with dedication and commitment. But there's no place in the world where we'd rather be than here in the CNMI, the safest place in the United States from COVID-19, because of our governor, lieutenant governor, our Republican leadership's hard work, proactive planning from the very get-go, and collaboration of doctors, nurses, first responders, and with our business community. We have a lot of people at the table right now that have been a part of the process and part of the discussion, the hard, difficult discussion of public governance. And I think when we're talking about what's at stake here in this election, we're talking about the record of progress that the CNMI Republican Party has been able to provide over the last few years before the 2018 typhoon season and before the COVID-19 pandemic. By no fault of our own, CNMI has been hit by 2 devastating typhoons and the global pandemic that set our economy back. But the work continues. We have not stopped working to create progress for our islands and to fulfill the dreams of a better life for people and for the children who call these islands home. All over the community, our candidates from Precinct 1 to Precinct 7, from the Northern Islands to Saipan, Tinian, and Rota, we've enjoyed listening to people's concerns and ideas. It's helped our governor, our lieutenant governor, and our Republican leadership be the best leaders that they can be. And their commitment to the CNMI hasn't stopped. Despite 2 typhoons and COVID-19, our dedication to the people remains a much stronger commitment. And if we're talking about what's at stake in this election, I think we're going to be also talking about measuring up records and actual platforms. The Republican Party has been the party of real solutions and the true party of the people. We've been focused on making sure that putting people first, despite all the disinformation campaign that's been put out, obviously during an election year, but putting in together, real solutions to the island's problems, putting in the hard work and dedication, and by working together. And I think the great thing about being in the Republican Party here in the CNMI, a lot of people are under this tent, and a lot of people have been out there expressing their concerns, expressing their needs, and exactly what they want to do to make our islands better. We have the experience and we've had the knowledge, and we have a great mix of young and old, and a diverse coalition of folks from all over the islands, including our absentee voters who continue to call us up and tell us what we need to do better, and at the same time too, what we need to do to make sure that when they're ready to come back home, that they'll be home ready and willing. And right now, so far, because of our COVID-19 response to our off-island voters, especially on Guam, the governor, lieutenant governor, our Republican leadership, we got home, we got family covered and taken care of. We've done our very best to keep COVID-19 well contained. 96 cases here in the CNMI so far as of November 3rd. And we're going to continue to keep doing good work on public health, public education, and public safety.
I'm just going through the specimen ballots that were posted on the CNMI Election Commission's website, and it's only for precincts 1 through 5. And I only see one candidate in the delegate race, independent, Gregorio Kalili Sablan. Are there no other? Is he running unopposed?
Yes, so Gregorio Kalili Sablan is fully endorsed the NMI Democratic Party and is definitely running unopposed this year. So he's just, what a blessing to be able to bring in, millions of dollars to the CNMI, despite the opposition's personal attacks. I think the main thing that we can all acknowledge is that, it's put up or shut up, right? You could either put up an opponent or not. So, we're very, very grateful for his endorsement, and we're just looking forward to more celebrations tonight.
Mm-hmm. So Kevin, no, couldn't find any Republican to go up against Gregorio?
Not during this midterm election, but Nola brought up a great point about federal funding. And one of the things about federal funding is that the local government and the state government have to put in the work and the applications in order to provide for the federal funding. Congress can appropriate money as much as they can, be it the CARES Act, any sort of stimulus package from Congress or from the White House. But one of the biggest things that this administration and this Republican leadership has been able to do is to leverage that partnership with the federal government. Applying for those federal grants requires us to be able to walk the halls of the White House, walk the halls of Congress. Over the last 4 years, since 2016, quite frankly, the Republican Party has been in the halls of Congress and in the White House, talking to both Democratic leadership and Republican leadership in both houses, and focusing on our efforts to making sure that federal funding for recovery-related projects, especially after the 2018 typhoon season, has been a main priority. Just a few weeks ago, we announced that we just finally been awarded, after 2 years of planning, working with the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, $240 million for disaster-related projects for Super Typhoon Yutu. And I think the biggest things for us is making sure that we leverage this funding, ensure that we provide some stimulus into the business community, and making sure that people's homes are rebuilt based off of the 2019 building code that we just adopted, and making sure that we continue to provide economic opportunity and expanding economic development here in the CNMI in a very sustainable way. So in terms of federal partnerships and federal relations, regardless of the party in the federal government, the Republican Party has been proven to work with both the Obama administration and the Trump administration. We've been able to get exactly what we need for the CNMI, for the CNMI's interests, and we continue to look forward to keep doing that. Just like Nola, we'll be celebrating as well tonight, making sure that we continue our message with our supporters. We just recently had a 1,000-car motorcade over the last weekend, and it's been spread out from Saipan, Tinian, and Rhoda, and I think it speaks to the volumes of support the Republican Party has here in the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands.
All right, thank you guys for coming on. Hopefully we can check in with you later on this evening.
And I just want to issue the challenge here to both of the parties. Who can send the best care package to Guam? And the link, it's on. I want to know who.
I actually saw the care package from Dolly at DHL.
Yes.
She's amazing.
Right.
Yeah. I was like, really, Dolly? You gave them all the blueberry bread?
Yeah, there was a shortage after
it was
that.
Awesome.
I heard.
She's great.
Yeah, but I want to see who can put together a greater care package, Kev. So the challenge is on there.
I will hand deliver it when I come home.
All right. Hey, congratulations.
Step it up, Kev. Step it up.
I'll send a care package to you guys, Chris, Bree, Jason, and the team at KUAM. Unfortunately, I can't go back to Guam like Nola, but we're going to do our best to send over a package for sure.
All right, on. Guys, and if you're up tonight as the results come in, shoot us a message. We'd love to have you on during our election night coverage.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate
it. Of course.
All right, take
From
care.
the Republicans, we have Kevin Bautista, the Democrats at CNMI, Nola Hicks. Thank you, guys. Be safe. Wash your hands. On our end, there's virtual Swordfish Keligwin. And we've also got virtual Benelis Saga. There's virtual Benelis Dagu, but I don't know if Governor Calvo took most of it. So we got the syrup too.
Or there was a little bit of a food fight. So
all right. So we take a quick break. Thank you again. It's 9:47 on The Link, Election Day. And this episode, the November 3rd edition of The Link, is proudly brought to you by Dial Rent-A-Own, IT&E, the Thrive Coalition, Carrier at 647-COOL, and Calvo Enterprises. We're back with more next. Good morning, Guam.
Self Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Life as we know it changed this year. Our health, families, jobs, and finances have been in jeopardy. We've witnessed loss in more ways than one. And at a time when nothing could be more comforting than coming together to fill this loss, share the love, and lean on each other for support, we've been asked to stay apart for our own safety. This year on Giving Tuesday, the need will be greater than ever, but we'll also face more obstacles than ever in spreading love, kindness, and generosity to those who need it most. So we're challenging you, yes, all of you Guam, to help create a wave of generosity like we have never seen before. We can all do it. Small acts, big acts, businesses, schools, churches, clubs, men, women, children. Let's do this. Giving Tuesday is this December 1st. What will you do?
Kids medicine mayor research ne kisara chaurari sawal COVID-19. Mi burin nageri warawat at si posopuero ne ferie petire semwen. Awarauru fito awen seri kots. Porporaive puet nuporam nofiten. Terupom non ukukun rueseken. Terugeri soap mekorik. Ike seor soap mekorik. Ikewe hand sanitizer me wor orupesen arupornan. Terufiji ekoreri me pise karabasra Son atapa, que sabatapa, one mesom, novotireim, y que apuren me fisemuen. Epetin marao, me marawen achigichen faviri, pan marawach kids medicine. Epeti sawal, me amarawakits. Retit sikire poros, katogeri kakeri irgatewe, y katatawan, ewe website tphss.guam.gov, Kristo Japur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs.
Thrive, a coalition for a drug-free Dedido, is an active partnership of community members and leaders committed to a vibrant, resilient, and empowered Dedido. It takes a village to raise healthy and drug-free youth. Thrive with us. Find us online or email thrive@westcare.com.
These are some of the signs that someone is thinking about suicide. Talking about wanting to die, excessive guilt or shame, and feeling like a burden to others. Feeling empty, hopeless, trapped, or having no reason to live. Feeling extremely sad, anxious, agitated, or full of rage with unbearable emotional or physical pain. Other signs include changing behavior such as making a plan or researching ways to die, withdrawing from friends or saying goodbye, giving away important items or making a will, taking dangerous risks such as driving extremely fast, displaying extreme mood swings, eating or sleeping more or less, and using drugs or alcohol more often. If you or someone you know is showing these warning signs, get help as soon as possible. Call Guam Behavioral Health and Wellness Center's crisis hotline at 647-8833 or 4.
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use an extra dose of cheer and joy this year. So, we're breaking the rules and giving you a holiday head start on Breeze 93.9 FM. Throughout the months of October and November, listen to the special holiday head start blocks of all the season's favorites from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. and again from 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. Let's try to make spirits bright and make this the most wonderful time of the year. Happy holidays from Breeze.
Kids medicine miwar wisat ne kisara chaurari semmen COVID-19. Mi burinna geri barawat at si posapuero referi epetire semmen. Awara oru fit to awam serie cots. Porurave put nupen nofiden. Terupong norgugun rueseken, terugeri sop mekarik. Ike seor sop mekarik, ekyoan sanitizer miwor ore pesen arukornon. Terufici ekwareri mepise karavas reson atapa. Kasapat tapawan mesom. Namotireim ike apurien maybe efficient. Epeti maraom mebarawen awachikicheng family wan marawan teach medicine. Epet ira tuburun marawat. Renti chikire poraus katogeri kakeri urget ewe ike tatawaro website tphss.guam.gov. Kiri so chapur. Translation is made possible by a grant from the U.S. Department of Interior, Office of Insular Affairs.
Bungan. Bungan. Yeah. Half a day.
You always wanted to be the hype guy?
You know, the one that's like on the track. But I don't want any credit. Just be like random. Send me your track and then I'll put myself over and be like, yeah.
Yeah, like how would Flavor Flav be like in a Chimoda? See, it's hello. That's a yeah boy. That's literally the yeah boy.
It's 9:54. That's Casanova, and I am Ray John, Paradise 101. Yeah, we're in paradise. And it's going to be a lot prettier after this election's done. I'm kind of disappointed in our candidates, though, because there's a tropical storm watch in effect, and I think I recall the National Weather Service asking the candidates to take down their signs. Right? It didn't happen, though.
Right, because right before, what is it, 6 o'clock that same day it was canceled.
Yeah, but the ask went out in the morning. I'm just saying, 9:55. It's Tuesday. General Election Tuesday. We're going to bring in Kayleen Conception of the University of Guam Political Science Student Association, PSA. And these guys did... You did a few different events here, Kayleen. Can you, first of all, just tell us about the events, and then we'll get into the questions.
Well, in the first part, we actually have a Meet the Candidate series, and we came on earlier once before to discuss our congressional edition, but recently we had our senatorial edition. It's a senatorial forum where we invite the potential senators to come in and we ask them questions and they give us their responses. The first part, we actually had a lot of help from UOG. The first part had questions centered around UOG and the students, and the second part was all gathered by the audience. It was a 3-day series, so every Friday from October 16th, October 23rd to the final day, October 30th, we had people come in and watch and participate in polls. And at the end of each forum, we had a mock election poll where we would ask people, we would put up the attendees, the candidates who attended our forum, and we would ask people, you know, who would you vote for? Do you intend to vote? Are you registered? And did you take advantage of early voting?
What was the feedback you got from the audience before we get into the polling results? How do they like the opportunity you guys gave them to hear from the candidates?
Oh man, a lot of people really appreciated it. I think it's, you know, it was virtual, right, which was very different because typically we have it held in like the lecture hall. So I know that a lot of people really appreciated the fact that it was a lot more mobile, right? So you can kind of sit in the comfort of your home and deliver your questions and really, I know that they liked it. Yeah, we got a lot of good feedback. We actually had, over the 3-day series, we had 450 attendees and over 3,400 Facebook views. I think we did very well.
Nice. Let's get into some of these results of your mock election. Go ahead.
Okay, so on the 16th, which was our very first day, Senator Clint Rigel came in with 64%. He was actually the leader. Then we had Joanne Brown, the Republican, Chris Carrillo, Ken Leon Guerrero, John Ananich, Frank LG, Jose Terlahi, and Don Edkalani. The second day, October 23rd, we had Senator Amanda Shelton at 41%, and everybody else was Senator Tydegui, Kelly Marsh, Chris Vanius, Tony Adept, Tina Monia Barnes, Fred Bordelio, James Moreland, and Frank Blasio, Dominic Hernandez actually came after. And on our last day, Friday, October 30th, we had Senator Therese Terlahi at 57%, Senator Sabina Perez at 52, Senator Mary Torres at 30, Joseph Augustine at 17, and Joseph Cruz at 13. That was, it was very, very nice to see the results and see how a lot of people have, you know, how we assumed that it might turn out in the end. It's really interesting to see that.
How were these?
We also.
I was going to ask.
how were
how were they lumped together?
We looked at each day. The participants from each day participated.
No, I mean
we
in
did
terms
have-
of who. How did you determine who was going to be participating on the 16th, the 23rd, and the 30th, or were
we tried to balance it out between Democrat and Republican, so it's not, you know, too one-sided. We like a diversity of thought.
And so you also had the congressional polling done on the same 3 days?
Yes, we did have congressional polling for each day. And Robert Underwood, Dr. Robert Underwood came in at the top each day. Dr. Robert Underwood, he was at 47% on October 16. We had Congressman Michael Stanicolas, and then Senator Will Castro. We actually also had a portion where we asked the attendees if they didn't intend to vote for delegate, and that 13% of our audience actually did not intend to vote on the 16th. The next day we had Robert Underwood, Michael Stanicolas, Will Castro. It's the order kind of remained the same. So even on Friday, October 23, it was Underwood, Stanicolas, Castro. However, the difference on our final day was that everybody intended to vote, at least according to the poll results, which is really nice to see.
Yeah. So you had all three of them on there, and what was the format again, Kayleen? It was they were allowed to do, was it pre-recorded video or something?
Oh yes. So we had pre-recorded videos, and then we also had members go in and record the congressional delegates. So yeah, we asked them questions on the spot, and they did their best to give us their most raw answers.
Nice.
So how many people participated in, let's just say, with the congressional ballot on the 16th in the poll?
I don't know that off the top of my head. I'm so sorry, but it's based off of the attendees per each per day.
Right.
Are we talking like tens of people or a couple hundred?
Yeah, I would think so.
Right on. What was this like for you guys as at the PSSA to put on this forum during this pandemic, where it's just the whole face of campaigning and running for office and even voting has been transformed by the coronavirus?
Oh my goodness. It definitely took a lot of adjusting. Our very first day, we were able to work with UOG to record with their staff in the IT&E room at UOG, which is very, very helpful. But the next couple forums, we decided to try doing it remotely at home, which definitely presented a lot of new challenges, but we have a really great team behind us supporting us, and I think that's what allowed it to go as smoothly as it did.
Right. And what kind of monitoring or involvement or, do you guys have during the election today? Are you guys out at the polls, maybe checking results, polling people?
No, we are not at the polls, no.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
Kayleen, thank you.
so
Appreciate
much.
it. Right on. Keep us posted about what's going on with you guys.
Did you go vote?
Sorry?
Did you vote?
Oh, yes. We actually have a whole video about everybody who voted. It's really cool.
Nice. Okay. Early voting then. So you guys did the early voting.
Yes.
Nice. Okay. Kayleen, thank you. Appreciate it.
Stay safe.
Thank you so much.
Esta, okay. And there's virtual Kelowna Swordfish and virtual Benelos Dogu.
Yeah.
We're starting the holidays early with Benelos Dogu.
So we go for a little bit of the poo-poo platter effect and a little bit of,
I don't think you
sweet
could say a poo-poo platter on the air.
Oh, okay.
Guys, good job today.
Good job.
This
is just the first part of our day.
Oh, God.
This is a great day, and if you do decide to participate in the election and everything like that, please be safe.
Yes, please do. Wear a mask. Bring your blue and black pen.
Again, help out the GEC. They're gonna try and keep you guys apart. They've said this and everything like that, but help them out. Just kind of gauge an idea of what 6 feet is, and remember, 6 feet apart.
Right, and also get out there and vote, guys. Get out there and vote. Cast your vote and make a difference. And tell us about it. You know what I mean? Hit us up in our DMs or whatever. Let us know how you voted, who you voted, what your experience was like. If you're running into delays out there, as we have heard that the Guam Election Commission, it's definitely a challenge for them to get voters in, to sanitize everything, to get a new batch of voters in. So,
wait, is it a Guam holiday today?
No, it was yesterday.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, you can do successive days. Yeah.
Bree, you want to tell us a little bit about our coverage coming your way tonight here on KUAM?
Yeah, we're going to be going live at 10 p.m. Not 10 a.m. 10 p.m. On KUAM TV, live here on Facebook, and I believe on radio. This is from 10 to midnight. Adriana Cotero, she's going to be over at the University of Guam Election Central. She'll be watching the ballots as they come in and as they are tabulated with the 3 new machines they have over there at GEC. Chris and I will be here along with Jason. After 12 o'clock, we're going to be having cut-ins just as the tabulations are completed, and Adriana will feed them over to us. And then we're also going to have a whole bunch of live Zoom interviews. I spoke with the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. They're not going to be having big social gatherings. A lot of what they're going to be doing will be virtually. So we're going to be talking with them. We also have people we're going to be talking with from off island as voting gets underway in the mainland for president. We're going to be kicking off our show tonight. We're scheduled to hear from Governor Lilian Guerrero, who has agreed to come on the show to talk about the election, as well former Governor Eddie Calvo will be coming on. And just a whole bunch of political analysts, Sean Gumatao, Phil Leon Guerrero.
Phil Flores, we're getting Juan Carlos Benitez, who's actually assisting with the Trump campaign over in the States. So he's going to be zooming in, as the polls slated to open while we're counting our votes here on Guam.
Right. We've got Carmen Terlahi. She's going to law school in the mainland. I just reached out to her. She got back to me. She's going to be Zooming with us. She voted for president, or is going to be voting for president. So it'll be good to catch up with her and have her share her experience.
Yeah, that's all happening. And then we will, I'm pretty sure, I'm hoping, I'm praying, I lit 5 candles, that when we come on the link tomorrow morning, hopefully we'll have the results. But, you know, Bree, the gubernatorial election, I want to say it was like 7 a.m. or something when we had results in.
Yeah, because my flight left at, I think, 9 in the morning.
Right.
Yeah. So.
So if that was that, I mean, it was a gubernatorial election,
Mm-hmm.
but everybody's saying that we're going to be in for a very long night / early morning because of the way they're trucking in these ballots, the way they can only count so many at a time because of the social distancing and the capacity. But we'll be here with you guys, and we've got a great team to get out there and get you the results here with the KUAM News team. We got your 6, okay? 10:07. Good job, Sabrina.
Good job, Chris.
Joe, sir. Jason Solis, our guys in Master Control, Ken Janier, and the KUAM News team, who's already out there pounding the pavement in their PPEs, bringing you all the info you guys need for this general election Tuesday. Again, get out and vote, okay?
Mm-hmm. Polls close at 8 o'clock tonight.
They're open right now.
Yeah.
All right. My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Esta. Adios!
The holidays are almost here, and we could all use...